Hello and welcome back. Now, if you're just tuning in wondering what is going on here, every 1,000 poems that I do a reading of the next volume. So I've already done the first 1,000, which was 1 to 10. Now I am doing 11 to 20, which is the next stretch of the 2,000 poems that I have completed. And we are starting that off with volume 11 as the next 1,000 series within 100 poems within each volume being read. And what I've done differently than I have from previous volumes, which I still have to go back and fix, not the videos but the volumes themselves, is this time I've tagged each of the poems with what poetic form they are. So if you are going along as I read through each one of them, you will be able to tell which form each poem is as I read through it. But I digress. Let us get into volume 11. And I'm not going to do them by number or anything like that. I'm not going to be like one and then do the poem, or two and then do the poem. I'm just going to get straight into the poem after poem after poem after poem. And you'll just have to follow along. We give thanks to our mothers. We give thanks to our fathers. We give thanks to our husbands. We give thanks to our wives. We give thanks to our daughters. We give thanks to our sons. We give thanks to our family. We give thanks to our friends. And should any of them die this day, blood will flow down the river bay. Lavish gifts upon the one you adore, on the aisle through an open door. Vows made unto death do you depart, elevating the state of the body and heart. Upon the sun and moon, amidst the sandy dune, lies the lonely soul who sleeps, waiting for the one who reaps. Will you, through the night, will you go and fight? Will you go reveal your might? Will you stand shining bright? Will you be a guiding light? Will you offer your hand in delight? Will you rule from the highest heights? Will you show what's beyond your sight? You who claim to have a throne, why do you sit there all alone? What did the past know that we do not? Curious questions that are brought to know the deeds of those before and all the things they said in war. Maybe it's fate that bred about hate while in an emotional state, so artists are when they create. Nearer the field in which they lay, from the rise of the sun on the dawn of a day, adventurers had all through the night to understand each other, mind and sight. Who am I? I am the mad poet of 1,000, soon to be 10. I am the one who breathes in free verse rhymed. I am the poet who makes the sestina bend the knee. I am the one who listens to villanelles talk. I am the one who spars with sonnets. I am the poet who has created not one form but two. I am the poet who has tackled haikus and tankas too. I am the poet who finds verse in word and song. I am the bard who writes the ballads of heroes sung. I am the one who knows limericks to be silly in body and one. I am the poet who has discovered and brought the Sijo to embrace. I am the one who lies in the field with the gazelle beside. I am the one who writes odes to them all. And finally, I am the one who makes the 9 muses cry. This is what I mean when I say I bleed and breathe poetry every day. Now, this one's a bit dated. This one is a bit dated because this was when I knew 14 forms. This was back when I only knew 14 forms. I now know 31. I'm trying to leave it at 31. Likelihood is I'm probably going to go past 31 at some point, but this was when I only knew 14. As the volumes continue, you will see this list grow. Not the poem, but the list of poems that I know. You will see them grow as they've already started in this volume with list and acrostic. Anyways, moving on. It creeps up when no one is aware, through the noise and the thoroughfare, and by the end they weep and moan, for where were they when it first had shone? Dance with the rhythm, I'll let you feel mine. So put your hands on my hips and follow the line. No worry if we get close, it's intentional before I show you something more sensational. Timeless stories passed on by among the children along the sky, legends told by the firelight, ever planted to last throughout the ages, smiles upon those that find the pages. If you carve a temple in the forest, will anyone see from the woods that surround to every single tree, or will all but it fade away in the echoes of history, all who come across it will ponder in mystery. Sparks of the hammer, raging metal through the heat, in the blacksmith's forge. People call out, where is this, where is that? While they go past the places it had sat, and still sits there too if they'd bother to look, yet they looked to the side as they went on by and forsook. Cat chases the mouse. Before it begins to stalk, pounce. The mouse is caught. Between madness and genius there is but a sliver, like the path that slopes or flows down the river. Who made it or directed it, it may never know, as long as it's allowed to go with its flow. Should I get to the end and still unseen, I'll have developed a power that is quite keen. For when I have built upon the mountain, who will drink upon the cup of the fountain? Away from the shores of the Isle of Man, a lonesome sailor who from his home ran, years turned to decades and decades even longer, as he believed that's what it took to become stronger. Why do we struggle when we can simply rest? Why the blood, sweat, and tears to be the best? For what matters and meanings do we go try to reach the stars, to reach the sky? My eyes grow weary, O Sandman dear. Your demands are heard, your demands are clear. For into the lands of dreams you wish me to go, and you will not leave until those dreams do show. So brief thing. Some of when my things start talking about Sandman, like there's several poems I have talking about Sandman. When they do start talking about Sandman, when I do start talking about being tired, that's because I am in the state of passing out. Like I am writing as much as I can before I pass out. That's what's going on there. A man dies, some people cheer, for mind's not right and mind's not clear. Upon the hatred in their soul, evil comes and achieves its goal. A bullet flying, but a moment in the air. Father faces death. Tyrants come and then they fall, as rebels rise with a trumpet call. Cities burn in the people's rage, before it repeats throughout the age. There are rows of dead men walking, listening to sounds of souls talking, who all watch in their ghostly form the coming of a dark storm. Dreary clouds of rain and gray, exhales of breath in their final stay. Angels come to collect their own, the sound of the bells as it tolls, heralding in the Reaper of Souls. There once was a woman who liked to boast herself in the mirror to post. She would then with a hay put her butt on display for men to leer at and toast. For what am I to say when they all laugh and have their fun, with evil in their hearts as a man shot with a gun? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you, and forgive them, for they know not what they do. So whether or not my words are seen or lands, no man should be killed on the opinion he stands. Blood on the water, under a bloody red sky, in the end of days. Boundless dreams of sleep, for soul's renewal deep, let come what may, so all can rest and play. When your body feels like lead, as you wake from your bed, let it be so that you may rise to treat your body like the wise. There was a redhead with a cat. upon a bed on which it sat, as the owner would show, for attention to know, a pussy that wasn't her cat. That felt dirty to say, even for me. Anyways, people are puppets held together by string. Don't you feel like severing? So lately I can't decide, run or hide. I'll meet you on the other side. What's it like to have the world on a string? Can't help he was born as a king. With your glass ceiling, walls, and floor, be careful what you wish for. I know I shouldn't think it, and I hope you can keep it, and a kingdom taken hostage by her crown. Paint a smile like a clown. Be the final word to you before I go. Oh, light the shadow. No one wins when people die. I can see it in your eye. This one is like bordering. Like, one of the things I did with one of my found poems, and I do think it's this one, is that I decided to spend hours hunting down a song that would have it all rhyme so that wouldn't seem like a found poem. And to this day, going back and reading all of this, I'm surprised I caught it. Not all things come for ill or good. Eventually you will understand the place where you stood. Time can heal all wounds, but it will leave a scar, whether you are near or whether you are far. It's fine to mourn for what you've lost, to hold the pieces and evaluate the cost. There is no shame in breaking into tears as you try and drown out all worries and fears. You might find your catharsis within a church, or perhaps in any other place you search, but it's important not to bottle it away, even if you have to embrace pain that day. No one fully knows why certain things unfold as you miss the one you long to hold. Many things you will learn as years go by, the value of life and the value of those who die. Cold air to the night sky as we reach out our hands up high to the warmth of the stars we cannot hold that pass on by. Our goals are but these moments we have that fade in today. Path of the panther, hidden in the jungle's lush, silence devours prey. Will you go forward with the sweet taste of a lie, truth hidden in illusion, never asking why? And when you finally reach the goal, will you ever truly feel whole? Welcome to the masquerade, let no one see. Behind the mask and whoever it could be. Dance the dance and play the game, and when you return, you'll not be the same. Howling like a raging banshee at the lessons they refuse to see. Temper is no friend to their mind, even as they hate their own kind. We dig the graves and dig to welcome death. We dig the dirt to dig for the mines, to dig and support life, and dig where there is no sun. We dig where they demand, they dig with calloused hands. And we dig for the dying and we dig the graves. And to dig the end of another's life slave. Circular motion, do you enjoy it in life, all in a spiral before facing its strife? The mad laugh at the ways of the wild laugh at the ways of the mad, for the wild is not always mad, but the mad are always wild. Would you ever look at the stars and wonder towards the moments of life that we ponder, and all the ways in life to go as we look to see that there is to show? Simply feeling in one place that comes to ponder its own case, as it tries through boredom to find the things of which it keeps in mind, eventually finding paths to finally trace. Why must feelings always cry, enduring a moment as long as they try, entering into the state of the heart, providing the tears flow to start? Many things are there to lose, as there'll come a time we'll have to choose what's important to us and our own to keep what's precious and wholly known. Do we truly think we're better than all of those around? Hubris is a giant that will always hit the ground. Be careful where your ego lives and sits before it ends up bruised with all of humility's hits. The sound of a howl at the sign of a full moon. Wolves begin their hunt. All very telling what state you play, from the line that divides every day. For many fools think evil is good before the reckoning comes, as it should. There's a certain pace I try and keep, losing time and losing sleep, all the things I'd like to do and play, yet here I am, writing each day. The weary long for a moment's rest, to heal their souls and to be blessed, to have the strength to carry on, to rise each day to a new dawn. Raven on a wire, watching all who come within, hidden in knowledge. This is the first rondo that I've done. This volume is the first sign of me starting to expand into other forms, if you will. In hidden meadows where willows weep, the fae do lie and the fae do sleep, and midst the shore and rivers flow, where mermaids come and mermaids go, among the pages for tales to reap. Of all the things we long to keep, towards the valleys both high and deep, all the secrets kept by those who know, in hidden meadows. Now from the trees where shadows creep, in a peak of day they remain asleep. To wake them up is to invite woe, ever caught by the sound of a crow. Was the risk worth a lesson so steep in hidden meadows? And this is the first pantome. Pantome? I'm going to assume it's pantome. Pantome. Anyways, a murder of crows that come to play, amidst the birds that begin to talk. They watch and learn day by day, along the flock in which they walk. Amidst the birds that begin to talk, of all the tales that they've been told, along the flock in which they walk, from the shy into the bold. Of all the tales they've been told, through the sky into the ground, from the shy into the bold, they talk and share tales all around. Through the sky into the ground, such strange sights they seem to see. They talk and share tales all around of giant metal birds that fly and be. Such strange sights they seem to see. They watch and learn day by day of giant metal birds that fly and be. A murder of crows that come to play. This is, of course, my first Trillouette. Which is a French poem. All of these, I think, are French pantome, rondeau, and Trillouette. I think they're all French in origin. Pantome could also be Italian, but I'm going to assume it's French. Yeah. Look at you with no thumbs to bite, who stand with cowards that hide in fear, as the fools look on with wiser sight. Look at you with no thumbs to bite, as you stand so wrong and never right. With eyes so twisted you can't see clear, look at you with no thumbs to bite, who stand with cowards that hide in fear. You stand there feeling joy of times gone past when you were a boy. As nostalgia comes again with its bite, and memories look back with their sight. The coming autumn, rain that falls on dying trees, to bring spring anew. All our wrongs in chapter 3, lost to time to never be, erased by his divine hand when he took the curse of the land. That's a subtle Christian poem for anybody paying attention. You have the time but not the money. You seek the land of milk and honey, while trying to every path to take, and try the doors and hope they'll wake. Do you thread the line between dream and real? When illusions come, can you touch and feel? With a mind that begins to play tricks on you every sleepless day. Amidst yellow fields, brushing along the sunflowers, hidden in flowers. Remember then to stop and breathe when you feel rage to seethe, but instead go walk away of the issues that try to stay. Live to die, buried under the sky, where the soldiers fall and lie, as widows weep while asking why. Does anyone hear them in their outcry? To stand on by to hear their reply. With the voices of the lost they now amplify, the voices of the martyrs they will send on high. Behind the smile of the Cheshire Cat, who caught the mouse and caught the rat, in a tea party held by a Mad Hatter, when in the end does any of it matter? Yeah, and this is the first terza rima I've done, which is, yes, Dante's form. It is an Italian form. Yes, I am fully aware that the Divine Comedy, or Dante's Inferno, as some might refer to it, was written as such. I am bringing that back because it does not need to be that length in order to properly write this form. Anyways, here it goes. Beware that which consumes all within fire, your obsessions consuming to what end? For what meaning are goals without desire? So I ask what sacrifices to send, pursuing a calling in all you do, putting life into which you seek to mend. To laugh or cry, I know not which is due, watching a man seeking to go and learn, like fools and jesters with nary a clue. Are you among the wise in all you earn, with all the stress, fighting to not go cry, before continuing to go and burn? Forgive my confusion as I ask why, as I've watched every moment of falling, that you would keep struggling to go try. Perhaps a purview of divine calling, a reason true as you reject the deal. How is money to you not enthralling, as you settle for bread and not a meal? What passions, I wonder, you have in mind, with a price so cheap it should be a steal? For I know you can see and are not blind, yet the sound of my voice you go ignore. For what reasons are you so disinclined? Must you turn away and be such a bore? You think I don't know you wish for the top, so why do you turn it into a chore? My hand is extended and you won't stop. But if that's how you must go and be, when you reach the peak, try not to then drop. My eyes are clear and I can fully see. The deals of the wicked are not for me. Take but a moment and breathe. Think this a test? Seethe. To what I know and show, time now to stop, go. Did they laugh at the rabbit on the moon, as the creatures howled and called it a loon, only to get smacked by the paddle before the rabbit rode down on its saddle? The siren song didn't stop, it went digital, and now you're lying there critical, sucking out your money and soul, leaving you empty in a metaphorical hole. The cold midnight moon, relieving the heat of day. Day and night cycles. They call me the jester within my smile. Enjoy this show and stay a while. There is no clown here to fear, so take your seats, if you will, my dear. For what do you sing and beg across the smell of a chicken leg, longing for that canine bite, licking lips at the food in sight? Pretty little liars, never so honest, with all the little things they once promised, now left in a mess of your ignorant hope, tied at the end of a laughing rope. All the voices wandering around in the head, with everything that day I went and said, overlapping in agonizing loops, organizing into their own groups, all the organized voices echoing in the head. Are you afraid of what creeps in the dark, with sounds you can't pinpoint or mark, before eyes appear glowing red, believing they might wish you dead? Many things that we all desire, some small and some higher, yet we all try to go and reach. Yes, we all try to go and reach, only to be burned getting close to the fire. If you reach the top, would you want to stop? Or would you seek places higher to embrace your goals and desire? Another. Go grab a seat and stay a while. There is no reason to fear, dear, within illusions that beguile. Go grab a seat and stay a while, now dressed up in elegant style. Is it cold or the reaper here? Go grab a seat and stay a while, there's no reason to fear, dear. But a moment of breath for pause, there's a reason for a cause, for I fear my shape is not so neat, as my legs now beg for a seat. Is it such a harrowing sight, killing the innocent with all their might, gathering together as they laugh and mock like psychopaths when the malicious actions talk? What storms will you face at sea that make you the man you'll become to be, with scars of battle upon your return, like the badge of a medal you would earn? Shall I speak of the pirate and the tavern whore, such scandalous tales to hear and more, as you perk up your ears to hear, tales not meant for polite company here? The flower maiden upon the sakura tree, dryad of the forest. Let them laugh, let them slander, and to the evils for them to pander. We should not sink down to their side. What use is it empty if the mind can't ride? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, to tear down it all, rebuild we must. For all the secrets of those that keep the goals of men when they sleep. In the class between the lines, they place inside many signs of what they think the author meant in their book with time they spent. The battle of the awakening, no need for a sudden forsaking. I enjoy sleep, but I long to wake, across the midnight hour with time to take. There was a time when I would stay up past the moon and into day, and from the morn I would sleep until the time the eve would keep. The essence of things desired, within all we had admired, who then when they came would not be the same as cannons were suddenly fired. Will you step into the future and all that it shall bring, and all the things that it will show, and in your heart go sing? For this reason and maybe more, they set out to forget what they knew before, for they could not face their hate and sin. With innocent blood they killed within. Will you extend to the Lady of the Night an arm to hold within their sight, to allow for renewal to finally begin, and embrace the joy and love held within? At the sun's zenith, shining down from above, heat of the high noon. Perhaps if the night was not late, within my tired state, I would write longer still, for pages and pages of poems to fill. Oh, how I long for the days when we were teens in our ways, as we snuck away into the night and laughed away until morning light. Shallow is he who bites the hand that feeds, all for the case of their own selfish needs, to covet all that which is not theirs, in jealousy's room where no one cares, except the ones who rot inside, the rooms where only walls will confide. I watch them flicker by candlelight, feeling something isn't right, smiles of faces I wish not to see, all within a haunting melody. Of the place I'd go and things to try, never ask the reason or even why, for burdens behind a lie on the bed before we all die. Grip of a man who could not see, warned of paths to not go or be, within the forest of gilded trees, and all the cries and mournful pleas. The tune of a sword, coming song out of its sheath, the warriors dance. Do people know the ground they stand when they refuse to get along on the same land? Men without eyes, forever fueled by hate, leading all down a dastardly fate. A dastardly fate. The seasons keep on going as we deal with the winter snowing, the cold air biting our exposed skin before bursting into fire when we step in. Many a thing people do fear, from the far and to the near, superstitions that come to haunt with all they know. It's all the things you really want. I really should edit these beforehand, but anyways, here is volume 11 for you guys until we move on to the next volumes of the 2,000 poems that I have done, or the next stretch of the 1,000 poems I've done, which is 2,000 in total. Anyways, until then, bye. All right. Welcome back to Of Scribes and Men. I am the Mad Poet now of 2,000. And yes, we are continuing with volume 12. This is where I start picking up more forms, start experimenting with more forms, leading up into me knowing essentially 31 poetic forms. That is this volume, which is what we're about to get into. And like 11, I have named all the styles of poetry so that you understand what form is supposed to be what form. Unlike, I should have done that from 1 to 10. I didn't, but I digress. Let's get into it. Creatures traveling along the forest path, amidst winding trees, where dark shadows lie, all in order to escape the fire's wrath. Once a home where many would live and die, from raising the young to helping the old, now it lit ablaze across the twilight sky. Just the way of nature, so they were told, old things must pass so nature can renew, as beauty returns for all to behold. So onwards they now go towards the new, into the places they have never been, now with all things to forever ensue. Know not when to return back to the green, as they walk the streets where all colors show, to adapt to a place many convene. Questions of debate, to stay or to go, with conflicted thoughts now rising within, and cries of families wanting to know. To stay in the city, is it a sin? When the sound of the green begins to call, echoing voices of fay in your kin. How many years for the forest to fall? How many more for plants to embrace, with the sounds of those who would go enthrall? So now a divide to form in its place, the call of the courts to settle debates, as the old and new come making their case, to settle the score and settle their fates. Finally, by the end, they made a deal, signed forever on the posts of the gates. Now through the glamour to question what's real, a bridge of two worlds in all that they feel. Amidst the twilight of the shadows glow, among the watchful eyes that lurk and see, with all the secrets the hidden know. Beware the sound of footsteps where none go, as they seek their prey with their cries of glee, amidst the twilight of the shadows glow. Run, run away from the pursuit of your woe, away from this place forever now flee, with all the secrets the hidden know. Never to others to open and show, the book in hand and the secrets that be, amidst the twilight of the shadows glow. A breath to relax away from your foe, for how could you know and never foresee, with all of the secrets the hidden know? Now the cool of the night's air in your chateau, the cry of the wind, beware the banshee, amidst the twilight of the shadows glow, with all the secrets the hidden know. I'm going to name this the secrets the hidden know. The secrets the hidden know. There was a lady who sat on the floor to seek attention that she longed for. She then would go and tease, with her cravings to appease, for men to go drool at her door. Time is an echo of eternity's flow. Its passage will fade on its own time to go. It is only a thing because everything dies, an illusion in this world under its guise. Along the beach covered in shells, tales of a mermaid place where she dwells, as sailors are wary of stories they're told, for who would be so insane and incredibly bold? Men who bleed in their rage with eyes of hate, weapons of war among shouts and cries and hate. Laughter was the sound of the man insane with his state, with tables adorned with objects he'd hate. The sage told tales of prophecies of men's fate. Would they drown the sound of the truth they'd hate? Sound of kings whose greed desired everything great, with tempers of men boiled up in their hate. Through sounds of the smith and all he'd create, with the forges that burn like the fires of hate, would peace come to the one who acquired a mate, to chase away the loneliness that created his hate. Oh, Scribes and men, how would you dictate the sound of all men who come at you in hate? I'm gonna call this one in hate. Why not? Within the valleys that parted with the flow of the river, as earthquakes would shake in the embrace of every shiver, the escape of a sigh from the thigh of a courtesan's hip. Matters of thunder that would escape from the sky, as men held their breath to hear the sounds of divine messages to herald in. Started with one when a man won while racing against his son to show how it's all done, as they played and had their fun. Near the path into a moonlit sky, inside a clearing many do lie, glowing under the starlight, held in a moment of beauty and sight, to watch as the clock strikes midnight. There should be a thing there. Dawn comes with the morning sun. Across the fields the light shines on, yellow patches with rays now done. Life's state of entropy and a battle to the bed, for sleep to come and overtake and rest my little head. As once I was a friend to dreams brought in the night, now to try and stay awake it becomes a sorry sight. Autumn's harvest shift, for a plateful of plenty, festivals begin. In the night where dreams confide, in the night where ideas reside, in the night where peace might hide, in the night for sleep defied, to the night where thoughts collide, in the night some have gone to hide, to the night and the moon on high, within the night as lovers moan and sigh, in the night with activities out of sight, in the night to call it friends one might, in the night guided by the moonlight, this is where I long to go back and be, and away from the morning light to see. A moment of time for a tale of lore, of a child and the whore, of the innocent and the lost, as one learns to live and the other learns the cost. The wisdom of the wise is the lessons they learn, where the fool seeks to be given and never to earn. Yet, between the wise and the fool there isn't a divide, for a fool becomes wise with experience by their side. Why must we defend the ways of the mad as we lift up and comfort the ones who are sad? Yet insanity can come for both for a share. To take care of such issues would any now dare? All the king's men now trapped in a lair, in a cage of a dragon within his affair. No men would come, as no one would see the truth of the dragon and the king that would be. Raining down from the sky, along its rays, no asking why, yonder still to the west to lie. Styles of the wild stretched out through the day, between breaks and moments for many to play, before time itself then comes to distract, and in a panic causes us to fumble and act. The soft moon shining high, silken touch of light's embrace, more precious than palace jade, where dreams come into this place. Upon the ocean's tides, pulled as the moon's guides, balanced in all things, like fate in its red strings. A breath of relief into the air, finally laying back without care. Proud tasks completed and done, now rest under the moon and sun. Journeys come and journeys go, like waters ebb and flow. For many stories go on by that are washed by the ones on high. A moment of respite for a bit of delight, and a place for some rest, knowing you have done your best. Romance in the air when cherry blossoms bloom during spring, pink petals raining down through blissful moments of the month, beauty and longing, yet never a chance to hold or embrace. Rising of the dawn along the eastern waters, will you guide the day again? People awaken, following familiar paths till the night begins to break. The moon casts a shadow along the lunar light's flow, walking along the terrace halls as auspicious moments calls. That should be along the terrace halls as auspicious moments go. There we go. That's a proper juju. Juju? How do you even say that is it Mandarin, Cantonese? Regardless, but yeah, that should be a proper one now. Echoing bells as chimes ring, a moment of service to sing. Along the choir in a line, music flowing like a glass of wine. A place out of time as all things fade, to the sound of music across the glade. Reality gone, now escaped from it all, never to go back as long as you stall. You thought the devil had horns, that was a lie. He slipped inside of Eden, a serpent sly. He's smart and cunning, tempts you before you die. Each desire higher before fire, the last thing in your eye. Let me gift you with an addiction, with the 7 sins as an addition. Pick your poison, throw your toys in, and let the friction of your addiction begin. The chorus of birds through their migration in the changing air, some into colder climates and others into warmer air. How free the air must be to the ones who have been gifted flight. A herd of horses galloping like the thunder, as storms across the land, kicking up the earth and dust, stampeding freely before riders have their way. The ghostly bell chimes to the wailing of the dead. Apparitions come as ghost riders in the sky go let out their mournful cry. Awaken the sleeper with tidings to bear unto the maiden in a tower so fair, who needs no rescue as a mage so adept, with magical secrets in a room where she slept. The still waters running deep, where all mysteries sleep, the moon sees its reflection now under protection, ripples from the flower petals before the stillness settles, peace across the land where good emperors stand. The snow begins to fall along the palace wall, beauty in its white essence before spring's fluorescence. Among a field where many things lie, a fear to touch and a fear to try, to go about each day by day, before embracing some use and play. Shallow words by those who can't hear, struck by system causing fear, before ending up entirely displaced as they find themselves hunted and traced. Fallen flower petal on the floor, traced by seasons at the door, will you awake or then sleep, knowing what nature's seasons keep? Lullabies of water under the moonlight's midnight glow, rippling sounds of relaxation to a sleeping state. Yet even so I walk the shores awake in dreaming wonder. This is the first Clone Soup Up I did, I think. I'm pretty sure it is. Yes. The valleys beneath high mountains, towards certain fountains gone by, besides the waters flowing in, holding deep within ruined sky. As we heard a trumpet sound going all around land and sky, where lovers once would go and to lay till the dawning day as they'd sigh. Of what value of time to be, in all things to see how they fly, and go and have our sweet embrace in our home and place when we die. And if you don't know what a Clone Soup Up is, I've done a video on that. It's on the Thai poetry. Upon the hollow where shadows now lie, betwixt the graves of ghostly sounds in sight, as ravens perch to sound their cawing cry, with a flutter of wings gone into night, betwixt the graves of ghostly sound in sight, as fog rises into the morning day, with a flutter of wings gone into night, birds of omen come to socialize and play. As fog rises into the morning day, when colorful leaves fall in autumn's reach, birds of omen come socialize and play, while others listen to the preacher preach. Where colorful leaves fall in autumn's reach, away from superstition's culture's know, betwixt the grave of ghostly sound and sight, upon the hollow where shadows now lie. The will-o'-wisp where fairies lie, under groves between the sky, while others hidden in plain sight, as they play with the amber light. Silly little creatures, such silly things, such busy bees with your work and grind. Do you pause and listen as nature sings, silly little creatures, such silly things? Was it myth or nature that gave you wings, yet here you are in chains that leave you blind? Silly little creatures, such silly things, such busy bees within your work and grind. Of the seasons, where do you rest? For one picks a favorite of the best, from equinox to solstice and in between. Where is the place your heart is seen? Echoes of a time the world forgot, of hidden things never sought, a timeless place beneath the sand, as people travel across the land. We see the sights of minds now broken, victims to lies that were but spoken, as they go about in a mindless lull, forever living in a world grey and dull. We climb the mountains and hills on high, to see the beauty beyond the cloud and sky, a moment in time never again seen, of places they once had traveled and been. Desert's flowing sand, deceived by constant mirage, the dunes engulf all. We swam in the mighty seas below, watch as trees of the land would grow, yet to know all things must eventually fade, for in this life nothing is permanently made. I would like the laughter to end, for someone to actually send, instead of struggling all alone, guided to a path never being shown. I'd plans that flicker away from struggles gone through every day, yet though I know there's a reason to bless, would really like to get out of this mess. The dark of the night, stars shining down as mere minor lights, beauty of midnight. Weeping willow tree, where many souls are laid bare, whom shall your covering be? To you, lovers fair, who sit under my shadow, watching rivers as they flow. O lantern keeper, bringer of light, a guide through the dark, lead us not into the maws of jaguars, but into safe passages back home. The sick who hear the banshees cry will soon know relief. Falling rain and sun, entering a fox wedding among the forest. Will the kitsune come steal the unwelcome onlookers? What business have they, finding themselves lost within a bridge between worlds? If they desired a wedding, then let them a fox to wed. Is it but a trick of a kitsune's coy smile and sly intentions? But with romantic interests, how else to spirit away? Must they be taken to a place that's not their home? Are there other ways? Perhaps then to a temple where the kitsune do guard. Shall it be royals or hunters that walk the land for them to seduce? Those are no but tales given man, it matters not who wins their hand. Will they be made fools in lessons morals will teach? The errors of ways may be so in their nature, yet they too have their desire. The kitsune's mind, can we ever really know all that they may show? Can we know duality between yokai and divine? I'll say kitsune's duality. Kitsune's nature. Yeah. Across the sea and river bend, boats come to descend onto shore, where none had before entered land, where they would go and search some more. Of a place never been before, eerie things they swore could not be, of spirits gone free now to haunt, flying as they taunt in their glee. So the men now run, hide, and flee, when Ghost asks to see from afar about a bright star from the green. None had gone and been near or far. I'm gonna need to change that. This is what? Cambria. Cambria. Shabam. Shabam. Upon the land of twilight sky, colors multiply in the air, through the midsummer thoroughfare, as the maidens fair dance on by. We shall not question or ask why. Creatures come on by for the dance, as they mingle in for a chance, when they go to prance and then fly, shining so bright like a firefly, with movements so sly, full of grace, as magic comes to fill the place, surrounding the space here on high. The air of the Fae as they sigh, in fields of green by waters calm. For those who come, they have no qualm when they sing their psalm to the sky. I settled by mountains fair, where rivers flowed without care, in nature's serenity as I row across the land. Morning sun to midnight moon, balance sets my heart in tune. Peace as a zither plays, notes in elegant displays, in my home away from all, before celebrations call. So I shall pour the wine when esteemed guests come to dine. Amidst the sea and shallow shore of shining shells and things that bore, the locals that now live in place, meandering by the seas do chase. Thoughts that go and collide, home to places in which to confide, out where none would go or see, under the mind's revelry. Gone were the days that came to mind, haunting at the tip and kind, to which that should be a they. To which they seek to finally know, so to all they could go and show. He who laughs like a hyena finds much joy in life. He who sees no animals around to drink must go and find new waters. O great and mighty hunter, who has fended off lions and jackals both, and runs with a herd of elephants and gazelle, whose spear always strikes true in the hunt, let your village not go away hungry. Show to the children how true a man must be, with both your providence and tales you bring. The depth of the heart for what it bleeds, on the bitter or sweet things it feeds, that can turn from one friend to foe, for how it's fed it will then go. A Ronin samurai walking across the road's path, going town to town, would he ever find a place that he could call home? What was honor abandoned in the oaths he swore when his family would die while in his service to a corrupt shogunate? To die in their hands, a choice he would go and make, threw away his name when honor is dishonored, blind leading the blind, was not the path he would take, and a land he would forsake. Delicate flower, a lily among valleys, has such beauty ever been? Let not your heart sway, for poison is beautiful, warning all to stay away. Where will you go now across the valleys and fields? What journey awaits at the end? To where the sun meets the sky, to where whom I shall be wed, such shall be my journey's end. Echoes of ember and all that they bring, from ruined ashes that did once sing, and like the phoenix will rise again, for not all is done in vain. Wisdom is bought throughout the ages, experience cost written in pages. looking back at the folly of youth, coming to a conclusion of truth. A chance of a lifetime forgotten by all, dug up from the ground hearing the call, thrown away from the country who will not play, until a poet across the world loves them each day. The stillness of clear waters reflecting the midnight moon, as the calm of the cool night brings about a soothing touch, a blissful time for poets to embrace the beautiful scene. You who heard when I went to cry, slowed down asking why beside me with your soothing tunes so carefree, all beside a tree now to die, upon the grass where I would lie, where would I ever try to go find towards a place of my own kind, caught between a bind from on high. Their methods kept now asking why, as they would apply for their goal, to pick me up like a foal, while making me whole, free to fly. He who goes to hunt gazelles alone risks the village laughing. What does your curiosity seek, held by answers unique, yearning to know and peek? He who trusts the sun without water will surely be made undone. Seek the treasures that lie inside, her heart to then confide, to embrace the wisdom heard, one must not be deterred. Upon the shore is a maiden fair, who danced without care in her joy. Towards the boys she acted coy, as they would enjoy, stop and stare. A graceful movement in the air to all who would dare watch and see, wondering how it all could be, to dance oh so free anywhere. As if brought upon by a dare, he would ask her there for a dance, watching her with more than a glance when he took his chance with a prayer. A moment of setback, where to begin, seeking the answers, looking within, when time is a vapor moving on by, as distractions come every time I try. The silence among the night, all to bed as one might, yet here they are all awake, waiting for the dreams to take. Slumber eventually comes to the tired, at least we continue to be wired, even as our bodies desire rest, enveloped into sheets, thought to be best. Enveloped into sheets. Enveloped into sheets, thought to be best. Peace comes in when in our beds we nest. In our beds. Beds. All but a moment with a yawn and a glance, to drop it all and take our chance, to finally relax our body and mind before continuing under time's bind. A man who is as blind as a rhino will often follow fools. He who hunts alone under the full moon is not a predator, but prey. Moving under the bright blue sky, no need to ask why as we go. The world has much to go and show all the things we know by and by. Good things come to those who go try, and all that we apply moves ahead. So let your worries go instead, let them not be fed so they'll die. There are many things low and high as we all go by on our own, with the knowledge we will have shown, oh, on how we have grown going by. That's incorrect. That should be a Gushi. Do you know where lands meet the sea, where the moon shines down on me, called to embrace the divine in their courts of peach tree wine? The boatman along the sea, where will his journey be? From one village to the last, to the future from the past. What echoes behind follow as the waves he may go, holding fast to the land and sky, we know and never ask why. The flowing water, traveling across oceans, and tales to never see. The blooming flowers as their petals flow on down the streets where we walk, as we miss signs of beauty that quietly pass by. Do we embrace joy at the sound of a child's laugh with innocence that isn't lost? And will we not mourn at the sound of their crying at what they can't understand? The Tanuki play with mirthful joy every day as one longs to see and go on their own journey. With packed lunch and friends, no journey should be alone. Will it be a day or will it be many moons before coming home? Traveling in packs of three, singing merrily, with blessings in their mischief as they have their fun, hoping never to be caught in their disguises where the monks who can see no longer to be, for none now seek the hidden, they return with tales of three. For you who laughs without knowing a moment in time where you're going, as you let go of all worries and cares, I know for you a group of bears. The mist of the rising sea, where the legends sleep and be before the time of their return, as the world begins to burn. Gentle voice to the mighty, with grace of Aphrodite, to go stop them in their track and stop their sudden attack. Many have tried and died where the journey lied, now as ghosts who do not know who or where to show. Should I to a guest test my resolve and mettle, for all there is to settle? Let peace be the way, for not all does violence solve when a peaceful approach comes. I'm going to say it's a Gushi. Sometimes I get it confused with these things, so let your journey flow on by where the mountains meet the sky. Let this path not be the end, with the future letters to send. Peace as you close your eyes, gently say your goodbyes. Tomorrow is a new day for friends to meet and go play. And that is going to be it for volume 12. Join me again for volume 13 as we go through this journey throughout, the next 2,000 poems that I'm going through from 11 to 20 marks the 2000th poem journey. I'll see you next time. Hello and welcome back to, this time it should be volume 13. I am the Mad Poet of 2000. We are going on our journey to volume 20, which marks the 2000 poem mark. And yeah, this is volume 13. We're picking up, once again, more forms, learning new things still. I don't know when I stop hitting the 31st form, but I digress. Let us get into it. The vibrant colors of flowers that glisten in the falling rain, washing away all of our pain under the neon lights and showers, as music is playing from towers, embracing the celebration that goes and flows through the nation, erupting in the light's array, dancing throughout the night and day, under our joyful elation. The sea embraces the land, at the edge where many stand, as the eagles soar on high, where the mountains reach the sky. The Shiba Inu walks outside to go and play, with a tail a-wagging. He chases the butterflies with his happy barks. Mighty small hunter is he, as his friends join in, to conquer the land and sea that are but puddles, as people watch in their joys, embracing their pets. Such a friendly pup is he, on his daily walk, with new joyful adventures, with friends and family beside. The Dragon Palace princess went and saved a drowning man, a gift of his gratitude, tales of land she wished to hear, before day turned into night, as the moon shone on her scales. Translucent beauty was she, disappearing into sea. Time had passed, his heart had stayed, forever a lone boatman, rowing every day and night to once again catch her sight. To the country, away from the city noise and the neon lights, toward the river to finally relax and go fishing. Yet here in the city I remain trapped, longing for that dream. What is your hidden desire, trapped under an ember and fire, to reignite into the night and achieve the dreams in sight? For who and what will you cry before the day when you or they die? Do you go each moment not knowing regret, only until all has passed and all has set? Palace of the night, guarding while hidden from sight for our peaceful dreams. We know not the coming day. Will we then let wisdom have its say from the lessons learned of the past, words that teach and forever last? He who has pride as high as a giraffe will eventually fall and be mocked. To you, O knight of the castle, do you still live or are you dead? For it has become a hassle. To you, O knight of the castle, towards whom are you a vassal? Have you heard what your people said? To you, O knight of the castle, do you still live or are you dead? Across the misty shores of Avalon, gone are the days until a bright new dawn. A silent broken king lays in his rest, surrounded by fae who in him invest, who fear the rising tides of Babylon. A shadow of where all evil has gone, where a matter of beings have now spawned, seeking moves and strategies they see best, the misty shores. All matters of things have now come and gone, weary of what attention has now drawn. Is it an enemy or a simple guest, with hospitality to use and test, throughout the dark nights and into dawn? Avalon. I should probably name that Avalon. The Misty Shores of Avalon. Misty Shores of Avalon. Nope, that is definitely a Gushi. The skies above Mount Hua, where the plum blossoms once reigned, what is left of the great clans and the knowledge they once gained? What is a field of flowers if poison to the core, tasting sweet as honey, as always asking for more, until the day the hearts rip to shreds, as they count among them all of the heads. There's a sense of connection that seems to be lacking, rampant loneliness continually stacking, looking around, wondering who could they trust, all to be buried not because they should, but they must. I saw the halls of haunting that bled when I came in, a task that seemed so daunting, yet I came in with a grin. Figuring out how to move one by, not sticking around or asking why. For it is one way for a season to be, to reveal the true nature of things you see. Figuring out how to move on by. Figuring out how to move on by, not sticking around or asking why. For it is one way for a season to be, to reveal the true nature of things you see. There we go. Seasons away with a multitude of fish, providing many a way into a dish. Yet not all are into seafood delight, as others struggle to eat on sight. The martial artist practice through all of their forms, disciplined body. Yes, I am a queen who's now been unseen, knowledge that came to the lofty and keen, battles waged for the beauty they saw, frozen forever like a glacier to thaw. Who among you is a fallen man, as you asked all the questions you can? Whom among stands so brave and tall that they'd be just as willing to go out and fall? I have sung many a tales of this, as it sneaks up like a kiss. And what am I to do if it runs away, for thoughts to be proven at end of day? plum blossoms falling, as petals grace the air, all was forgotten. A stream of light that hits the eye to the tune of 1,000 sighs, and whatever could they see and hear, to then claim all is so clear. Relaxing in the back, like all that is shown, traces of a reaper with the souls to be their own, unto whether it be friend or foe, comes to collect all who must go. Have you, that should be a fox's smile. Have you witnessed a fox's smile before it comes to trick and bite? Well, bry, little creatures who beguile. Have you witnessed a fox's smile? Grab a seat, would you stay a while? I promise to go and set things right. Have you witnessed a fox's smile before it comes to trick or bite? And bite? Resting within bamboo forest, away from palace noise, listening to the music, the wind in elegant poise. What is inner peace that runs along the rivers, sifting through our thoughts within? Like water's stillness, it is a calm state of mind, bringing patience throughout life. Among verdant trees glistening within the summer rain, water droplets from leaves nourishing the forgotten dry ground, as my heart and soul longs to have good company around. Did you think all was said and done, coming to think you had won? For there is nothing new under the sun, when with all you refuse to go and see, now sinking into your woeful plea. Yet what is all that now unto me? So what is it you would now ask of me, as you now worry when it's all been done? Yet grace and mercy I hear you plea, and all the things you've lost not won, with consequences too blind to see, through every night and dawning sun. No need to go and curse the sun, the ones betrayed was not them but me. With the trust and loyalty I thought I'd see, the dust had settled when the deed was done, to be standing tall, for I'd finally won. Only now to see you fall and plea. I would sooner go and hear a child's plea, and see the blotting out of the sun, for all the tricks to have tried and won, with all the evil malice done unto me, thinking I was forever now dead and done. Pride goes before a fall, as you'll now see. The sight of self-awareness is for all to see. Wisdom seeks those who search and plea, for knowledge is never truly gone and done. Yet here you are weeping in the morning sun. I will not listen to you crying out for me. When the attention comes and I have won, there are many reasons to bring what has been won, as they all will soon now come to see, when questions will come to be asked of me. Though mourners will come perform, cry and plea, before I move through the twilight setting sun, and show the world all I have gone and done. For all the things I have done, of the little I've won, as days come and go with the sun, as all know and see, others will linger, cry and plea, such is not a place set for me. The clouds flowing by, with rain nourished, the clouds flowing by, will the rain nourish the land and refresh us all? The storm comes to land and sea, embracing the rainy day. What then of typhoons? Will the rain and violent winds, with the rain and violent winds that rip crops from the land? Seasons all have their own place, not all clouds go and bring storms. That is sweet relief for all the men out at sea, with fish to bring in. There are yet other dangers that lurk beneath the waters deep. So let them go lurk 20 leagues under the sea, and 1,000 more. But there are but many dangers, yet we always overcome. Clarity of mind is to know fear and still go, moving always on. Peace can be found in nature under the cool rain and all. Beware the sun, should it still sit all the same, least trouble come in. Trouble is a friend of mine, when it's always what I've sought. There is a sifting of the sea and the waves that flow and be, with questions asked of the sky and of the birds that fly. Elegant dance of sultry joy, circling around with silken touch, skin to skin with your arms to clutch, all in her nature acting coy, playing like a fox with its toy, boldness of action with her charm, knees buckling within her arm, drawing closer then draws away, all for a dance she longs to play, soon enough your heart to disarm. The sparks guide the way into an inferno's rage, tales of an ember. We guided our way through the night until we passed an eerie sight, noises that should not be heard of victims that had been lured. We will not stop to lament, things of the past have gone and went. Commit to memory, then go onward still, for how will you thrive if you stop at will? Echoes of a place that once was not, of a lively halls that people sought, as voices cry back in this hollow, that come back to you as they follow. We heard crying of the people dying, although we were all trying, and then in our failure sighing. Let not the tricks of light come to deceive, in waves of desire for you to believe in all the lies they come to sell, before then dragging you down into hell. Cowards in the corner, in fear, creeping things ever crawling, here. Candles lit to shine some light, creatures drawing closer in, fight. Upon a field of flowers, a beautiful maiden's kiss, from a sudden force of nature like the sun's rays among trees. Yet I ask, is it wrong to have such jealousy in my heart? Meaning of all things with love in the center, how could it exist if it never did enter? And when you've gone and lost your way, he'll shine his light until you see each day. Hold on, I need some water. We do not treat ourselves to kindness that we really often should, for how can we be love to others? We must love where we must stand and stood. There are many who fall into hate, guise of tolerance for them to divide, victims now to their own miserable state, as truth disappeared every time they lied. Cool waters of spring, refreshing all that pass by, renewal of life. There was a girl who was such a bore, for attention her cleavage and more. In the mirror she'd tease, a red blouse to go please, the sight of drooling men at her door. Who has seen, who has understanding, the places of the holy we will be standing. Won't we all then bend the knee in the presence we would feel and see? Perform a show, take a bow. Madness they want, so let them see. No need for questions of the how. Perform a show and take a bow. We're all clowns in this circus now, for who else are we meant to be? Perform a show and take a bow. Madness they want, so let them see. Of all the stars that shine, which of the lights will you dine? All for a momentary claim to embrace the level of momentary fame. Questions taken in, answers not standing within. Is it such a sin, not knowing how to now win? What have we in moments of wonder to sit under the stars and ponder the essence of who we're meant to be, struggling to find what we're meant to see? The coming seasons of monsoons that rage across the land, rain enveloping all in a wet hug that dare go outside, reminds me of kisses on the skin from a lover's embrace. In the wake of your action, will you take a stand? Consequences come with a gift in their hand, laughing at how hard you may try, until the time all decide you must die. Come along now for a wild ride. Embrace elastic and let go. Now gone off like a bullet show. Screw the consequences inside. Of men who have come and lied, what matters is moments of fun before all is then said and done. Tip the scales for fools to now see what it truly means to be free, standing at the edge of a gun. The sudden rainfall pouring across the dry land, autumn has begun. Laugh of madness all within my head, of those who wanted peace instead. This is but the system you've gone and fed, while alive and never while finally dead. All for a moment of glory, bowed into the edge of a story. Was it something I said that made you turn your head? A moment of pause, deep breaths within, towards the time you swore to your kin. How many promises would you now break for yet another story mistake? The sky's looming storm, lightning before the thunder, the clashing of blades. Of what things from a fallen petal that evict such emotions that do not settle? Of what once was alive lays now dead, mourning the souls it once fed. Among the jade palace walls, walking down the gilded halls, Emperor's haunting silence of his ghostly defiance, where celebrations once rang and a place music once sang, faded away from it all, museums preserve, echoes call. A lion's pride comes from a lion's pride comes with his strength, not from the mouths that pretend to roar. I cast my shadow upon the night, the depth of which went out of sight, eventually will grow into day, when all see with something to say. To you, O beautiful mother of many, who lifts up the legs of men and children, the source of nourishment to her family, who carries the grace of a gazelle and the strength of a lion, and whom true men will not ignore or defy, for your wisdom comes from what they do not know, from what they do now know, and knowledge comes from what they don't see. Bring your grace upon this village in great care, for without you this all would fade away like dust. Shining waterfall flowing onto a bathing fairy, ephemeral beauty graced by nature's majestic splendor. Oh, the sound of a daughter's laugh, delighted in the shower. Will you take a bow for the applause? Would you not have just cause to take the accolades that were not yours before hiding them behind crystal doors? Have you stained the floors with tears you've bled, given your mind proper things to be fed, or have you given yourself to dismay, endlessly wasting away each day? There are many who will laugh as you try, caught in the wastes in which they lie, longing for your permanent fall, so you may be amongst them all. Gentle lover's hand, sensation on the body, a moment of bliss. Will you guide what you don't know, reveal what you can't show, all for a single act of fame to win, before falling into your lustful sin? Do we lend a hand to those who seek, or turn away as we pretend they reek, elevating ourselves to a place of pride, watching those below from our towers inside? Of what will you come to try and confide, in all the dirty little secrets you long to hide? Why do you believe they are safe with me, not thinking I might reveal for all to see? The sea breeze comes in, sailors return along shore, fish markets now open. Of men who've come and men who've lied, in their hubris, who have gone and died. It's not the monster you see in me, but all that you are afraid to be. We are but a moment before we fade. What moments of impact have we made? Memories come to those who make a name, while others fizzle out from moments that came. Are we but worms for others to step, seeing us as some kind of schlep, or will we go and rise above, all in an act of defiance and love? The warrior's peace within his vibrant garden, moments solitude. An era of men that has come and gone, the ruins of kingdoms we now stand on, blissfully forgetting days of the past, wondering why they repeat at last. Knowledge is a currency of the curious that leaves the fool behind furious, for they wish to remain in their delusion, guided by their own confusion. In the yokai tales, lessons of morality within the edge of a myth. Spirits are humans. Tell me, Of which side therein have the best philosophy? Of what humor within a child that leaves all so beguiled, watching them grow and learn at every step and every turn. Hands extended to a fairy caught within her seductive smile, to whom I shall go to marry. Hands extended to a fairy, away from the ordinary, from enchantments she would beguile, now with an essence to carry. Hands extended to a fairy caught within her seductive smile. Do we seek hidden monsters under the dark in bed? Or are the monsters what we create in our head? Fears brought up from the hidden and unknown, before the light shines, making all now known. Where was I? Yeah, here we go. Gathering friends around to play at the setting of the day, merrily challenging each in virtual style. Eventually, victory comes after a while, standing amongst the victory pile. Carry the cards with excitement, carry the cards that shine so pretty, carry the cards that hold their value, carry the cards that can win, carry the cards among the plenty, carry the cards to the stores you go in, carry the cards for show and tell, carry the cards to protect the rare, carry the cards with sleek care, carry the cards into a binder's collection. We take our gamble opening packs on sight, hoping to hit what we seek just right. Calm yourself and do not hurry. Have patience and do not worry. Yet how can we stay but still when anxiety creeps in at will? Flick of the wrist and we're winning. Some might consider it a moment of sinning. But what is it to them who look and see, with desires kept never to be free? Mist come rolling in, rising from the morning air. Spirits watching, hidden in, waiting for all who would dare. Even wild jackals run in packs. Fool is the man who runs alone. The hunter comes with weapons to carry. Slow as they approach, yet they do not tarry, until the moment they find their mark from the place they did embark. Every crack formed the older we age, from a young child to that of a sage. Wisdom comes but at a price, and experience comes with each slice. Should I go and die this day? Will I have accomplished all I'd say? To never see tomorrow's dawn, where the past remains as the future is gone. A moment of snow laid across the cold bodies. Winter takes its toll. Love is treating oneself better, even when under the weather, for time is too short to waste away. That's gonna be another there. Even though for many it has been our play. Who seeks to praise under a neon sun of those who unravel and came undone? For what reasons will you worship and bleed, and in your last moments plant a final seed? Sing to me a siren song of a place to belong. Drown me into the deepest sea, to the ocean's floor, and where I'll be. An old fading tree, alone by the river shore, where lovers confide. I held on to the thread of a rope, with the arms tied, looking for hope, tempted to let go and fall, while going towards that new call. We go on by feeling faint, never feeling like a saint, as we try to do good. Some people will never have understood. Some call me the gentle giant, other times to be defiant. Yet there are places I'll stay and stand, although I move across the land. And that is going to be it for Volume 13. Join me for Volume 14 as we go on this journey, and I, the Mad Poet, will see you guys next time. Welcome back to Of Scribes and Men. To all of you people who may be coming sooner or later, doesn't matter. What matters is I'm going through yet another one of these volumes. Volume 14. Gonna punch these out and get them done for the week. Not all today, obviously, but volume 14 will definitely. Anyways, before I sidetrack myself, let's get into it. I ask my mind to gather peace, for anxiety to stop and cease. Yet here I am as my legs to shake, forbidden in the things to wake. To slumber now, but my mind won't stop, racing merrily to the top. Even though my body drains, what more of me until naught remains? Still further on do I seek rest, moments of stillness for my soul to invest. There are things I did not mean to give upon myself as I go on and live. So onward still seeking peace to fill, to make it part of a healthy will. For what is the reason for such stress when I am the one who created the mess? And just a checking something to give me a second. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Okay. This should be fine. Well, actually, hold up. There are things I feel that are quite nice, that come on in and add some spice, for such is the way of life and fate, where things do come in a positive state. Do we seek the method of a coin to toss into a field and then into the moss? Oh, what treasures will we now find, and share them all with our own kind? Peace flowing within the heart, as the melody flows within, beauty of the celestials, the maidens governing sound. Upon the lonely road, a traveler covered in dust, beyond the valleys and mountain range, walking dawn to dusk, are our moments of exhaustion caught in daily routine. This is the haunted. This is my precursor. This Sestina is my precursor to my pentaconstraint Sestina. Which, if you haven't seen that video yet, you should, because I go over the insanity of the pentaconstraint Sestina. This one just has one less constraint. So there's still 4 constraints, but has one less. But this would be the haunted. To whom shall it be in the mighty sea, sailors ever free among ships of 3? For what could we see from the bourgeoisie? Will we fall by fright, blinded by the light, through an eerie sight and testing our might? Will we stand and fight, showing all what's right? What do we delight when all goes just right, as we spill the tea, drinking on the sea? Under the moonlight with the ocean's might, through the tempest decree in the waves of 3. Winds of our foresight guiding us to light, yet could not foresee the dead bourgeoisie. Hollow was the tree with the bourgeoisie. Within misty night nothing now was right, haunting in its sight under fading light, desiring to flee, yet drowned by sea, forever to be cursed among the 3, as ghosts came to bite, draining us of might. Sent now into fight or flight with our might, with every decree of the bourgeoisie, for it was to be not 1 but 3. And what of the white that they, as they stalk the right? And what of the white as they stalk the right? From the haunting glee that arrives from sea, we face this sick blight that snuffed out the light, seeking now through night's glowing sickly light, with fear shrinking, tight gripping with its might. Never meant to be lost beyond the sea, wills that come for me from the bourgeoisie, and try as we might, we can't set it right, all is set to plea of the haunting 3. One had set to see ghostly ships of 3, in cold sweat and fright dawning of the light, as they would invite, wanting to set right, upon the midnight to try with their might, yet came to be the dead bourgeoisie, who once sought to flee right across the sea. So now on the sea the curses of 3, left the bourgeoisie hidden from the light, escaped from our might, and we were never right. Honestly, that one by itself needs a bit of a more ominous tone behind it, and I didn't read it as ominously as I could, but that'll be a singular piece that I do off on the side at some point. Put on a mask, we're all fools now, just wearing a crown of clowns. Where is your promise and your vow? Put on a mask, we're all fools now. Take your exit and give a bow. Are you enjoying these soulless towns? Put on a mask, we're all fools now, just wearing a crown of clowns. As time passes, are you friend or foe? Secrets kept, one should never know. Deceive with a smile and a dagger by your side. Pierce with the tip of the tongue when you lied. A splash of water across the puddle-laced streets, while walking at night, when the sinners come to play with neon signs on display. The harmony of the streets as people walk on by, nourishment of the land with rainfall from the sky. The falling melody begins the nature's dance, the steps given in rhythm where people take their chance. Joy comes in clouds of gray, embracing harmony's way, with children to dance and play, relishing in rainy days. Balance in the wet or dry, to honor until we die. We all die, I will not lie, as people mourn and cry when the light fades from the eye. While we may go and ask why, what matters in life is how we'll try. As peace flows in, we embrace, as anxiety tries to chase. Answers lie inside of our mind, and offers its hand kind. Will rest come to those who seek it? How will it come and fit? As lines form around the eyes, will rest come upon the wise. There is a season for all things in life and all it brings. Changes come as we go and grow. Some knowledge lost, others to gain and know. Even stagnation wastes away. Change that comes with its dismay. Of the many who long to go and fade through life's waters to no longer wade. Yet change still comes, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, for all things will eventually end as they go. As others go against the currents, try and fight the change that comes with all their might. We all will day and breathe. We all will one day. What? We all will say and breathe our last one day. What matters is the legacy you put down and lay. Immortalized now until forevermore, for others to come and walk through that door. Okay, anyways. Then just flowing in the night, with celebration in sight, lighting up the moonlit sky as blessings flying by. In this work and rest, why do we try and invest while others don't try their best? In order to show, so others may come and know, proper ways of work and flow. Have you ever been grabbed for a dance into the rain to go and laugh and prance, throwing all your cares away in the melody of the dance and play? Actually, I don't need this. I'm not wearing the right thing. Hold on. Why did I have the earphones on? Sorry, guys. There we go. Top hat missing. Upon the crystalline walls, along the snow palace halls, in the eternal winter state, the princess waits for her fate. There are many things in an endless sea, to be caged or to be free, as some come in and others out of sight, and others still go and hide with all their might. A sweet melody through the air, ever so elegant, ever so fair, bringing a sense of peace within, like harmonious kisses on the skin. Clouds moving through the land and sea, led by the current's flow, with shapes they take to guess and see in each fun mystery, as the parents try and show the way their children should grow. Elegant steps like a dancing flow, walking gracefully to and fro, with every movement and bounce, like attention comes to announce. Peace of your mind, a price for the loss, to be found at such a cost, would you give memories away for all that was forgotten that day? Fairy of the lake, will she laugh or cry? Will we be curious and ask why, to try and understand for the sake of winning her hand? An elegant dance, a courtesan among trees, whom shall you delight? Out she came to look down with a stare, tempting all with a hey and a dare. A slight tease as she'd go, with her cleavage to show, the sight of all simps shown and laid bare. Nothing appealing, just her phone, recycling content her own. For attention she'll stay, as she'd come out to play with an image she'd always had shown. They always paid attention to their flaunting, never noticing the quiet taunting of a shadow slowly growing, regret laced in their never knowing. The uncertainty of a future unknown, tales from the past, not all to be shown. Of the many things we try to be, what is the path forward we long to see? Some voices flow like fluid silk, feeling that comes like a warm glass of milk, songs that come to soothe the soul that relaxes one and all. Do we float by in a weightless space, even as gravity claims its own place? Yet it is beyond the physical state, trapped between the questions of fate. The festivities that echo across autumn, harvest is complete. Is reality real for a man in delusion, wandering around in a state of confusion, believing all things seen to be real, with echoes of illusions to reach out and feel? If I were but a clone across from where I sit, would I know what it means to finally fit in a state I cannot understand, or would he be the same as I across the land? Knowledge welcomes masters to bleed, through their craft to wield and to hone. Ideas struck, set to be freed. Knowledge welcomes masters to bleed, with lessons learned when we concede. Work of our sweat ever now shown. Knowledge welcomes the masters to bleed, through their craft to wield and to hone. They mock their fear with nothing to show, attention by hate to spread where they go, never knowing that time will forget, with echoes of a time to never be met. Not bet met. What the heck? Be met. What games do you play, acting so sly, circling around, daring men to try? What in your system will it go on to feed, like the blood in your veins that causes one to bleed? The hourglass spins as it turns, time slips away as it burns. Yet here we all are as we aimlessly drift, taking all for granted by a moment's gift. Forgotten hollows, trees that lost their life and soul, the haunted forest. In whom do we see in whom to invest, watching who succeeds in our given test, like the Sphinx and the riddle, before we play them all like a fiddle. Dance of celebration, like flowing streams of water, open night markets of cheer, as food's aroma fills the air. A new year has now begun with auspicious blessings. Fireworks in the night sky close off the ceremony. The night sky lights up in a cascade of colorful explosion, fireworks bringing in both cheer and fear and celebration. So too does my heart react to my lover's whisper in ear. What have I to do with you, O rain, that blesses and soothes like a healing rain? Our skin cracked through the desert heat and pain, as nature welcomes the kisses of the sky and rain. What shall markets and merchants have to gain under the cool of night within the moonlit rain? Will we, O mighty men, hold others in disdain, only to be cursed and washed out by the rain? Set down your sword in wrath for peace to obtain. Let it all wash off in a moment of cooling rain. Do not scream and shout as one of the insane. Let your soul be as calm as the relaxing rain. Oh, of scribes and men, of what word shall you ordain, while by the windows listening to the blessing of the rain? Cranes call upon the water, floating on peaceful streams. Ease of fish from fishers' hands, a blessing to those who give. A new birth shall come his way, the mother's gift from the bay, future secured from kindness and honor through piety. As autumn now fades into cycles of winter, transient in rest, while the seasons pass us by along the aging of time. Our soul continues to move on. Sakura petals in a moment of splendor, embraced by beauty that falls softly on lovers, within its silent blessing guiding the way into life. Joy within its death, from laughing into mourning, echoing the past, yet even within endings, a seed is given its life that brings our soul into bloom. So this is the Buso Kusakika. It is basically the footprints of Buddha. They are poems that were etched into. I do go over some of this all in my Buso Kusakika video where you see me write all of these for volume 20. We'll get there. But basically, they were poems that were put on gravestones that essentially had kind of like a spiritual and transient and kind of like mortality-esque feel to them. There was only ever around 26-ish Busoku Sakika. It's a very ancient form, like very, very ancient form. And I'm reviving it. So there you go. With respect. Reviving it with respect. Knowing what the form was made for. It's not just another haiku. It's not just another tanka. It has a very specific purpose. And that's like spirituality, transience, all of that. Deeper reflections. Lanterns set aglow into the street's midnight flow, gently flickering in a steady stream, handled by those lost to a dream, trying to be blinded by a illuminating beam. Will we ever know what it means to live, to truly know what it means to give, as thoughts wander around in our mind, wondering how we were ever so blind? Song of a siren and a silken touch, not asking for many, but asking for much, deceived by a voice with beauty to follow, now drowned into the depths until finally hollow. Soft winds that rise and blow along where the waters do flow, peace within the still lake, mirrors of the soul to take. Within a grain of sand, inside crystalline structure, a hidden kingdom. A toast among friends, within mountains, rivers, and valleys. Celebrations abound in our summertime nights longing. Who shall then rejoice beside a year in seasons passing? What have we to do in times passing, when all things come and fade to everlasting? What legacy will echo forevermore to those who dare to find and step out the door? They came upon a haunting of ghosts among their taunting, within the house with creaky doors, across the silent vacant floors. Rabbit on the moon, dressed in a celestial way, pounding his mochi. Will it still concern itself with the acts of man in lunar celebrations, to go remember his selfless act of kindness upon a deity, celestial man on the moon, fox and a monkey, all told within a folk tale of the rabbit on the moon? And yes, this is based on a very specific folk tale. Japanese one at that. Or was it Chinese? I'm going to say Japanese. Japanese one. The simplicity of pets and the joy they bring, to be unique in their way. Have we considered the love our pets all offer in ways we can't understand? Lady of the weave, luring all within her cave, tricked by temptation. Even now the streets she walks with all whom have now forgot. What shall she now weave to draw in the modern man who fall to their lust? Who then is now still aware of the hidden traps in her web? Has she placed herself in positions of power to make a new den? If she has, what of the rest who have adapted as well? How can we explain what we cannot see or know as they roam the land? What then do they now desire to go claim as they beguile? Many are disguised from the seasons ghost stories using all they know. Yet fools believe they are myth from subtle whispers of silk. This is about a specific yokai. I'll let you guys guess which one. The birth of many fools raised within many schools from systems so outdated as many have gone and stated. Whispers of the hollow tree, of all it would go and see, secrets kept within its bark, with the treasures it would mark. Would you go and flee away from what could not be, in your fear of the unknown, or let your curiosity become shown? Will we laugh at the sun or moon, or upon lovers who go and swoon, in our state of scorn, only to be quite forlorn? There are many things that come across the land, where beauty will come and then stand. Yet what animals many will then become. To addictions and desires we all succumb. Lo, what adventurers upon the ship and the sea, sailors we shall be. This would be more of a senryu, but I'll leave it as a haiku right now. But it would be more of a senryu. What tales will we laugh and see? Escapism at its best to go and be, as we drown away from life's woes, trying to ignore everything that knows. Yokai of the sea that watch from the deep below, as we go on by, never to now understand, like the secrets in our hand. Waves will come and waves will go, a surfers glide with their tricks to show, moving from beach to beach for the next great wave to reach. A gift given is a gift received among the many who believed, and in their willingness to give, showing what it means to go and live. To the skies a mighty sword, dedicated in the honor of the Lord, to attack and to defend all who would go and send. A subtle trick, thin rather than thick, for their hands to go pick, sleight of hand for the quick. Coolness of the sea breeze, washing in for a sense of relief. Sound of music echoing across the beach where people play. Yet one shall find me in a village within the fields of grass. Many shall come in their joy for each seasons to enjoy, areas where one will give, teaching then how one should live. Soldiers of the king, knights of the land, battles to be fought with blood on their hand, peace and illusion always fought to be kept, while many argue in the mountains they slept, in the moments they slept, not mountains. What the heck was I seeing? We came upon the willing, for the cups they needed refilling, with the blessing at the end of a prayer, thanking us for our kindness and care. Now this is the pentaconstraint Sestina. This is, as of making this, because I haven't made another insane Sestina that matches this level of insanity, and you really should go and watch the video, the most complicated Sestina ever made, because this is quite literally the most complicated Sestina ever made. It has 5 constraints on top of Sestina's normal constraints. And some of you, not a lot of you, but some of you will understand just how insane this is. I'm not going to explain it because I already have in another video. You can go and watch that one. I'm just going to read it and continue on with the volume. Would you see an eye looking from the sky? Others would then try to go and lie, while we would all sigh, watching as they die. And within their pride, all would then go hide, as others tried to learn how horsemen ride. Others who try... No, it should be try. Yeah, as others who tried learned how horsemen ride. Away from who lied and into their guide. Lessons to abide, learning from their guide. Under the birds flying across the sky. Whispers to confide with those whom they ride. Of widows who'd cry where the dead do lie. Answers that denied where those secrets hide. Never knowing why men at peace will die. taught to then apply minds of those who die, to not pick a side from those who would guide, of answers implied from questions they'd hide. Of answers implied from the questions they hide. No, that's good. That's good. Of answers implied from questions they hide. With an ally under the deep blue sky, they would clarify where the answers lie, in order to guide through the journey's ride. Down the canyon side, carefully as they ride, by the cliffs nearby, so as not to die. Before the night sky to go sleep and lie, food they would provide as their job of guide. They would not deny while under the sky. Ghosts they had once eyed as they'd run and hide. Well, we set aside ghosts that come and hide within the rock slide, attacking us as we ride. They once set to die in the midnight sky, so we did reply to live and not die, to send them now to hide as we would then guide, by our Adonai whom we pray and lie. So we crucify the flesh that will lie when we pacify among those who hide. When we then pacified among those who hide. All who come to bide we shall ever guide. You may have once died among those who ride, which we would defy to never let die. Your end is not nigh under our bright sky. Our promises lie among those who ride, past those who would hide and try not to die. We shall humbly guide till the twilight sky. Yep. What does it mean to defy where life's lessons tend to lie? Will we know what it means to try before being taken? Before being taken. Look at me having to correct my poems as I go along this. What does it mean to defy where life's lessons tend to lie? Will we know what it means to try before being taken to the clouds and sky? Time's edge, what can it know? For even it has an end where it will go, to a place we cannot comprehend, when it's God's time to come and send. Dry leaf on the ground, once full of life and vigor, its color now fades, yet all things in time renew, moving continually as the old teaches the new. Lessons come at the end of a pen, no questions of why, only the when, all for a cause and flow, teaching many ways to learn and grow. I sought the clouds of the mighty, yet appeared instead to be flighty. So what is this courage they claim to see when most go run and flee? Who shall seduce with hips that sway? Have you come to play with my heart, fragile heart that can't be apart, as you go twirl around and play? Must I then beg for you to stay, for the sound of your laughing charm that seeks to enchant and not harm, smirk of your lips as you have fun, seeking ways to have me undone, subtly guiding me into your arm. That should be into your arm. There we go. To your arm, it should be that. Subtly, 8 syllables. Yes, subtly, to, guiding, to, me to your arm. Yes, subtly. Yeah, there we go. Subtly guiding me to your arm. There we go. So you look at me fixing my mistakes as I go on. What tidings will death bring of legends told that people sing, to know the stories that come and go, and all the things they have to show? Echoes come when least expected, when silence sings from those rejected. Where are we in our valiant goal, that reaches the stars and makes them whole? Those who know the path to show, to try and teach the way to go, simple to some, but not to all, as they stop and tend to stall. Tales of stories from the beyond, some for kids on which they're fond, all within the bard's heroic song of adventurers meek and strong. I sank too deep, far below, where none shall see and none shall go, into a place to accept my fate, and finally arrive at the pearly gate. Will ye ever seek and find, as others call and claim us blind? Yet we go through hidden doors, across the tiles of secret floors. Some might go, laugh and sneer, from afar and never near, a sense of power in their hand, for they know not which they stand. We toil and struggle every day, from meek to strong in every way, to reap the efforts of what we sow, taken away before we could ever know. Before we ever could know. There we go. Laughter comes in the heart of joy, back to the time we were but a boy, where our worries would go and cease, and we would finally have our peace. Jubilation of the heart, of all things we enjoy that start, yearning to go impart. Why is a question of the curious? Why is never the state of the furious? Why is what children ask to know? Why is the reason people show? Why is the annoyance children sing? Why never what or how will bring? Why into the state of day? Through a strange curious state, like Alice asking of her fate. Did we ever wonder how things would be when music comes to set us free into a stage in which we go and move, caught in its fluid sound and groove? Worry not of when I'll come and go, for one can never truly ever know. Just continually learn and grow, so others you can go and show. Christian samurai, faith held in conviction strong, knowing the true way. This also would be a Senryu if I were to accurately tag it. I learned about this recently, was doing some more deep dive studying, and yeah. But for now, just so people can understand the progress for later on volumes, I'll leave it as is. Many things will pass and be, some we will never go and see, yet it has its own journey fair, of which it would go and dare. Imagination held in the eyes of a child, endless adventures through the wild, ask of which he might know, and the stories he might show. Will we ever know the work of a farmer's toil, as they work in the field and soil, food for all for them then to bring, thanks towards them we should sing. Battle with the Sandman for a state of sleep, for our sake and not his to go and keep, the benefit of a lengthy rest, so we can wake and truly do our best. Can we ever understand eternity in a state of certainty? Will our work go forevermore when we walk through heaven's door? And that is, that's going to be it for volume 14. Until volume 15, you shall see the Mad Poet again. Hello, and welcome back to Of Scribes and Men. I am the Mad Poet on my quest to reach 10,000 poems by November of next year. We are on volume 15. As for if you're new here, each volume has 100 poems. So if you go through my volumes, you'll find they all have 100 poems. And we're going up to volume 20, which has all the Japanese forms that I've done. But we're going to continue on from 14 into 15. 14's already done. I'm rambling. Anyways, let's just get into it. There once was a gal in a grey bra, who set to make strangers feel awe. She would then with her style tease all the while, the people would drool down their jaw. The people with drool down their jaw. Back when we explored among the forest trees, playing hide and seek as we tease, for adventures that we would create, from the morning until late. Children come to play, hiking across parks and trees, during youthful years where everything was alive and vibrant in its color. Along the crystal clear streams that flow like glistening jewels, bringing refreshment to all who drink and decide to step in, I dream and let out a sigh while trapped behind an office desk. What is the taste of elixir, of peach blossom wine, delights for celestial far above? Yet I long for the sweetest wine to be divine. Crane carries the moon down by the lake's side into still water. Peace now flows inside. What are the paths nature knows? What is the path? Not what are the paths. No. What are the paths? Yes. What are the paths nature knows? Down by the river where the water flows. As secrets are kept between the hum of the wind, as creatures watch from places thinned. What then to do about decay, as systems come and never stay? Some say it starts with one, but that means nothing when nothing's done. Nations rise and nations fall, among their fractures before their final call. How many years shall still come and go before the time of the final show? Peace beside the moon sisters who sing soft lullabies at night. The soft serenade of their song that brings in peaceful dreams. So my wife sings a melody into my ear where I lay. I'm not married at the moment. This is hypothetical. Shall I lay among grass as a lonely heart, moonlight shining as all fade apart, oblivious to all who come in to see, where I set my mind to fly and be free? Let me just turn up the heat. Time's tithe is in our offering of sacrifice, only to ever ask once and never twice. For all we do there must be something to give, no matter how we may go and live. What is this state of peace we demand when we refuse to do any work with our hand, always wanting benefits to go and reap, freely given without work or cost upon their sleep? The grace of a crane and boldness of a tiger, to the one clueless as a panda bear, eternally embraced into soft and strong, held into each other's strength and care. Is our laugh one of despair as we hope for one to come and care, stoicism a blight unto the lonely, waiting for our one and only? Time is a currency all eventually lose as we flow down the river with what we choose. Some will move at a quickened speed while others sway gently like the reeds. From time's currency, what will we go pick and choose that we believe has meaning? It is a moment to accept all that may come and holding yourself in peace. Ever haunted by the past from one generation to the last, for a life meant to live by the hands and meaning we give. Anxiety comes as a way of dismay, of all things to worry about every day, through actions made and done that makes a person want to run. A mountain stands, so I shall carve right through, if it means a chance to be closer to you, with many bombs to set and ignite in order to fall down in your sight. There were words here once upon a time, new things learned along with a decline. Everything fades away, always someone new. Everything fades, always someone new. Tales of the old with nary a clue. There were words here once upon a time. There were once upon a time. Within fire's ember, consuming hunger now grows, ashes in its wake. What will one give for the sake of sleep, within a cool bed into the deep, as we struggle to stay awake before the dreaming darkness comes to take? Mysteries abound where no one will look, lost in the corners or the pages of a book, as not all seems right that is around, standing still on the floor of hollow ground. Whenever it comes, there's always a chance that people make choices from a quick glance, as fear creep in towards something new, each to be different in what they would do. What do you seek? What do you desire? Are you willing to burn like a raging fire, feeling the heat that blisters the skin, for all the chances not for all that, for all the chances to finally gain and win. Distractions come at the height of a price. Time slips away and never thinks twice. All designed to keep one engaged, whether it's in love or to go and be enraged. Often of choices I'm conflicted in two, to pick one or the other with nary a clue. All when I long to rest and sleep, yet in my mind thoughts wandering keep. If there was a job that gave me the hours, allowed me to do all within its powers, how much more would I then create, all for the sake of a goal towards fate? They might think that it's filler, and that would be fine. Words are still words on which they will dine. Yet even so I have some small regrets to come with the pace that I go set. Have we been raised up in the market of fools, guided by a system disguised through schools, within a system of an archaic kind, all to infect children's mind? Clouds spoken in the distant fog that hides all things within. Superstition comes at the sound of an eerie bell chime, as the dreaded face off into a marriage interview. There were whispers on your face of a long-forgotten time. You never knew the source or place that etched into your mind. Will you heed the sound of an alarming bell in the places of comfort you sit and dwell? Will you hear the whistle of a tempest ring, and finally leave with nothing to bring? Lavish with gifts and desires of greed, items aplenty with none that you need, but yet there is but a status to keep, for none should catch unawares when asleep. Will we be caught into another place, down from the dreams and the chase? We seek to know, but don't seek to learn, just to be given energy freely to burn. When you're in the driver's seat, as you pedal to the metal with your feet, what do you seek to feel in such a rush? Or is it simply all for the sake of your crush? Ember your fire, let it not die. Let it grow higher up to the sky. Then consume it all, mind and heart, to allow your passions this place to start. Echoes of the mighty, echoes of the past, warriors who fought each man to their last, written and erased all the way down, all while others still keep their crown. Toss a coin into a well, hear its reply, truth to be told and never a lie. For who knows what is down there, that hears your voices wherever you go? Oh, for who knows what is down below, that hears your voices wherever you go? Eee. What is within life that brings beauty and struggle as we try to find meaning? The meaning of life is to be embraced by love, broken no longer but whole. Wow, anyways. Sailing on a ship in a bottle, I've learned how to forgive. Deep inside a trench, no light can reach. Everyone's on board, the richest and the poor. Watch that old fire as it flickers and dies, and you can feel it in the air. Earth does not break the things that we make. Sometimes I feel like I am a mockingbird. I was born in that summer when the sun didn't shine. What's it like to have the world on a string? Bleak eyes far too clever, but nobody knows. Listen. Show your face and finish what you started. Things are better off this way. I don't have the answers you need. When I leave, don't save my seat. I bled in a place where others don't follow, among the scattered truth that's hard to swallow, with the quill of a feather taken from a wing, to make the words written in blood begin to sing. To make words written in blood begin to sing. Wow, okay. Do we not long for for a field of dreams? Nothing is ever as it seems. As we all drink from the most blissful of lies, heading down our sweet ignorant demise. Heavy as a shadow I extend, written in between the lines I attend. All caught in both the light and dark, implanted into the mind, leaving a mark. Do we seek to stand in our narcissistic might, begging others to in us come into light. Yet I bleed in a place where many can't follow, among the scattered truth that they find hard to swallow. If I wrote poetry as others do, breaking into diaries, emotional lines of things people feel and never miss, it would look something like this. I fed a beautiful black cat today. Its fur was rather soft, like freshly done laundry, though I think it wanted to run, which made me sad. What madness to embrace even when it has its place. You shall not find me among their kind, for such is not the works of my mind. So rhyme and water shall be my flow, with every place I write and go. Unless there are tales to write, then prose it shall become on sight. Have we faced the face of fate that held the heralds of hate, as we wonder for what reason we wait to heal the people of their terrible state? I fell in love with a man in the mirror, within a puddle of water never clearer. There were things I should never have known, before this narcissistic state became part of my own. Silently creeping, growing in light and dark, holding to the corporeal to leave my mark, answering to all things unseen, despite everywhere I've seen and been, on offerings between the strange, where I constantly grow into range. Frigid air of winter's breath that freezes our fresh flesh to bone, when air and ice begin to claim the land in still waters. So hollow is my heart from the breaking of all I loved. Formless dedication, and you think you're free? How little you have decided to be able to see, like a splash of paint against the wall, crying it was a talent as you reveal it to all. Okay. I am no king of the castle, I wear no crown, I only stand on the land, watching craft drown. Is the gate you keep really made of gold, as you follow every single word you're told? Seasons come and go, as the transience of life that comes to embrace us through every growth and change, removing the stagnation to allow the flow of change. The shimmering blade under the glow of sunlight left upon the mound. Praise the diamond with no color of joy, fall into sterile systems of sanitation's ploy, keeping up with the Joneses to never deviate, far be it to be found within a strange state. This one perform their swan song before others awaken to all that's wrong, while living in the state of comfort and bliss, all caught up in the snake's venom and bliss. I praise you on the accolades of your book, and all the years toiled that it took, all for the sake of the simple-minded, before leaving them all even more blinded. Now there might be a little bit of a poetic roast, like, dedicated to a specific group that I wrote. Oh, excuse me. I would sooner hear the song of a banshee than to a siren singing fake lies and glee, while one is more morbidly buried in truth, as the other sways the brains of the youth. Rose-colored glasses cracked with jade, as the bright begins to eventually fade, sinking into a world of sterile shades of gray, while proud of the prison built every day. Was it ever the mess you made from the violence you displayed? Where then shall we see the last laugh upon me? Matter of rage from a word that was said, triggering violence to shoot someone dead, all for the sake of heightened emotion set into play by political devotion. Yuck. What have we heard of these people of peace, whose rage grows never to cease, triggering violence all with a smile, tricked by the snakes with who successfully beguile, tricked by snakes who successfully beguile. The succulent leaf we got. What the heck was I on with that one? Anyways. What matters of madness in all that grows? Echoes of people who shout as they plea. Whatever possessed them, nobody knows, as they cackle in their horrible glee. What then of men who die into battle, from thankless masses who wish them to die, who shift them away, treated like cattle, for the sake of the land they bleed for and lie? Fools who cannot see or hear with their ear, never to drawn that it's for them they fight. Oh, never to dawn, not drawn. Never to dawn that it's for them they fight. Caught in the lies made for them to adhere, trapped in their darkness to run from the light. So to them allow us to usher this crown, revealing their hearts a fool and a clown. Hui vey, that was not as okay. Maybe I'm just really that tired. Maybe I'm that tired. Anyways, doesn't matter. I'm gonna push through this. Toss a smile at the end of a gun towards the men who think they've won. Raise your hands, make your bet, into whose place they'll finally get. Hum of the wild across the plains, among the frost and their domains. Take a breath and feel all freeze, away from those who wish to please. Bruh. Beware the fox with eyes that grin, who creep up beside on the sly. With such charm you will never win. Beware the fox with eyes that grin, as they seduce you from within. They've caught you before, you know why. Beware the fox with the eyes that grin, who creep up beside on the sly. Cat caught your tongue? What a shame that has allowed them to play that game. Confusion seeping as memory fades. Caught in the spiral you have in spades. Forced across into a divide, made to pick a side, now forever to fight, believing you are the one who's right. Matter of honor from the yokai of the sea, beware lest you go fall in, yet with a quick trick from an honorable bow into a loyal army. Prison of a padded room, decrepit falling into its doom, from the madness of their mind that begins haunting and kind. Honeyed words from a kiss, was there ever such bliss as this? Within a bit and a sly smile from a victim to beguile. Rub the lamp, open the door, countless wishes, whatever for. From a genie who seeks to serve and deceive, to those of greed who long to achieve. Multiple moments to try and take from the words of the wise and fake. Of what will you willingly learn to grow or to finally burn? Will you question the motive of a thought from those who speak and have never sought, who sleep in the lap of comfort and luxury, committing their levels of adultery? Have you sat beside the glistening streams of the dawn's morning glow in nature's music that soothes the heart and soul as friends come down from the mountain's peak? Oh, come down from the mountain's path, not mountain's peak. Peath? What the peath? Mountain's path, not peak or peath. For ceremonies of tea, allowing the day to flow on by until the moments of the moonlit night sky. Wow, okay, I must be very tired of the lights getting right in my eye in the most awkward of anyways. The mounds of mountains covered with the softest of white silk, between the valleys concealed within veils of fog to hide, beauty held in their modesty that brought a hand to feel. Will you hear the whisper of the air from the maiden song soft and fair, to relax and fall into a lull of sleep, for her hands to softly stroke and keep? Do you know the hearts of those who cry, like children who often don't know why, caught in their emotional loop, often of thoughts they refuse to call in group? Um, Within the flow of many, moving by an outstretched hand, as they move with a distance kept, while in the middle I stand. Whom shall I worship as I stand on the cliff's edge? Jesus, take my hand. Takes my hand. What distance will we choose to? What distance will we choose to, as doubt seeps in as it begins to flow? Will we collapse onto the ground, or get up despite all that is around? Have we heard the songs of stars from our moon to the planet Mars, as we long to go and cultivate, believing such is our eventual fate? To whom will we show a legacy left to grow from the stars of it all, start of it all, upon a moment's call? We saw the stars on high, where planets go lie within the vast space. We're small, wandering forever about it all. What matters of sight to see, whom we will grow and become and be? Let others look and mock, or eventually they too will talk. Upon the shore we looked for more, until the moments awaited for the opening of the ship's door. Look not upon the weary in dismay, for we all arrive there one day, during life's ebb and flow, from its heights to its low. Successfully marked the meaning for the plenty, past the groups of 10 into groups of 20, for all things will start rather small, to guide others in their own call. Glass from the yeah, will we drink the wine offered within its glass? From the rarest vine would we ever pass? Music along palace walls, with foods across market stalls. Celebration of seasons from summer into the fall. I think I skipped one anyways. This is an off reading for me. Stories across the sky as we look and wonder why. Things are made through life to be, and in all that we do and desire to gain and see. Bleh. Echoes of men lost to fog, into a land filled with smog, from towering creatures never seen, in places we've never been. Will we laugh beside the willow tree to tell them all off? The willow tree to distant lands upon the many shores and mighty sands. What will you pay to achieve your desire? A sacrifice to throw into the fire. Oh, I see. Death. Okay. We've seen the shore of many things, from peaks on high where the bird sings, away from the crowds into silent awe, as we work on fixing our flaw. Would you freely go and give another so another may come and live? Or would you throw it all away for selfish desires day by day? Will you bite the hand that feeds just to smile as it bleeds? For the sake of pleasure into pain, and momentary enjoyment to gain. Sing no song of woeful lament of days gone by and well spent, for all things fade into history. Hello, Filament. Of days gone by and well spent, where all things fade into history, allowing others to uncover the mystery. Okay, so wow, I was I do apologize for the off reading of this one. I was see, this is what lack of sleep does to you, and when you're mad like me, it happens. But I'll see you guys for 16, where hopefully I got this sorted. Until then. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Scribes and Men. I am the Mad Poet, heading over to 10,000 Poems by November of 2026. We are now on volume 16, and yes, volume 15 was a bit... I was very tired. I was like, if you are listening to this and listening to volume 15, you're going to be able to tell that there's a very clear difference between volume 15 and now, okay? Just going to say, passed out after volume 15, so let's get into it. For the sake of a soul in games of chess, all accepted by a being divine. I should probably call this in games of chess. And then start over. Okay. Okay, if you... Stop. Okay. No. Thank you. For the sake of a soul in games of chess, all accepted by being divine, when everything's sprawled out into a mess, what moves to make when you try out to guess, patience a virtue for him to recline, for the sake of a soul in games of chess. Try not to worry and try not to stress, haste makes waste before your body's decline, when everything's sprawled out into a mess. Hubris will haunt you when you try to impress, all within death's humor watching you whine, for the sake of a soul in games of chess. Why did you laugh at those wanting to bless, as you drink from the cup of your own vine, when everything's sprawled out into a mess? To lose is no failure if you'll confess, for the sake of a bet you did define, for the sake of a soul in games of chess, when everything's sprawled out into a mess. What reason to mock the wise and the weary, whose eyes are not blurred that allows them see clearly, as you parade around town with a crooked smile, as you drown in your depth all the while? They always said not to cast pearls before swine, so laugh at a man where alone he shall dine. Now come, take the hit and take the fall, no need to be hesitant or even to stall. Our limitations brought by the words that we say, like a broken record repeating day by day, all for the sake of a moment of change, and seek the person who for that arrange. What method of man is in all of his lies, like a cat who is black hoarding its lives, to waste such a chance as you try and run, now set matters in hand to find you be done. Times of plenty into the fire that burns, each of their own within their turns, who seek glory, riches, and fame, yet how many willingly play the game? Stillness of water, with echoes of our mirror, lessons of the self. Technical difficulties set in decline, broken bodies claiming they're fine, all to keep the status quo, while hiding scars never to show. Will of the willow, what have you to hide, caught under a pillow with a leaf inside, a gift of the self broken off to give, for those who sought a certain beauty to live. Hammer of the forge from blood into steel, foundation by foundation until something real. What does fire care of flies that come on near, while it burns impurities until all becomes clear? We worshipped among the waters of illusion, tasting of the sweetest of honey's delusion, yet hammers spark still strike upon metal, the pain of sweat refusing to never settle. We fatted ourselves for those who consume, wondering why we live in such gloom, while the man in the forge worked with no concern, with the metals and embers he set to burn. While others laughed in freedom, shackled in chains, making masks of fools who claimed to hold the reins. But the forge itself never once ever cared, until the pieces completed in majesty were declared. Have you wandered the labyrinth of your mind to seek all skeletons and shadows in kind? Have you stared yourself as you think before consumed by your own fear as you sink? Pain in your chest, in your hollow breath, have you made your peace with the being of death, suddenly now afraid to go and die, questioning the answers to all you once did deny? Why do we fight what we do not know, with systems kicked into their flight, until all becomes harmless enough to eat and show, from the burning day to the shining night? Vertigo spinning while standing still, center of your world with none to fill. Will you call out or begin your collapse, caused by a momentary lapse? A path to pursue, it's now time to lock in. This should be not that. Yes. A path to pursue, it's now time to lock in, for how shall you run and win if distractions throw you off your center before the doors close you long to enter? Dawn the trial is here, no time for reason or even to fear. Pick up your lance and onward ride, for duty calls and there's nowhere to hide. Pages like pyramids, I pile them high. You can surf in denial while I reach for the sky. I may not walk like an Egyptian, but I'll pen in each verse, like the tombs of the pharaohs, but this isn't a curse. Drown yourself in water, let's go for a swim. No need to worry, the darkness isn't so grim. All while sinking into the fathomless depths. Hush now, try not to take any deep breaths. Drunk crane under moonlight, a taste of peach wine, gifted from the heavenly courts, poured out among guests. The crane sings his song of drunken praise, laughing in his water, tipped into a humble bow and a toast. Walking past the desert sand, past the pyramids into distant land, scenes change as seasons come and go. Where shall I stop? I shall never know. A strike of lightning and thunder's rain across stormy skies, with a sound and rumble that shakes the foundations of the earth, as my heart races while pressed against a soft and hard wall. Years upon years behind museum walls, voices crying throughout the halls, for whom shall hear what is still alive, to pick up the pen, drown in ink and dive. Back in your lies behind the masquerade mask, a taste of the poison spread through every task, smiles of the charming facade that never dies, until the moment walls break down to uncover your lies. Birds came upon the window mocking, through their noise and constant talking, songs they sang and their melody, while others seek to bring back their remedy. I've heard the tales of men gone astray, into temptation's depth among the forest's way, guided by a feeling, or maybe two, as they drifted on by with nary a clue. Pen and quill, a scribe's weapon of choice, of all the words they write and voice, enchanting those who would but hear the ways of a poet made ever clear, rippling through all the ages, yes, even through all the pages. Anger fueled by matters of rage, trapped inside a boiling cage, while the insides it begins to corrupt before finally coming to erupt. Yesterday's gift lessons for the present, learning through life how to be content. As experience comes with its lashes, what memories of you when covered in ashes. Through the swift movements, guided by graceful traces, dancer shows her path. Every dragon has its hoard, just like over the items we lord. Of the things we collect and grow, some to hide, others to show. Will you listen to the tempest? She comes with a smile. Will you listen to the tempest with her violence all the while? Request a trial by fire. Answer the crows, a murder on the wire. For what is a sacrifice if there is no blood to open the gates that held back the flood? Chiming bells as one returned home, no matter how far or long they'd roam, before remembering the place to be in the arms of the Savior who's happy to see. Where into dreams will you let slumber take, before the dawn of morning where one must wake? What shall you see traveling there, before forgotten beyond memory's guided stare? Peaceful flow of the water stream, the oar pressed and circling like a dream, that lulls one with a lullaby before the parents come and finally sigh. Whatever shall one do or see, and adventurous to go and be, across each land and place, taking with them but a trace. Boats at sea, sailing ever free, ever so free, guided by the waves that be, along the ships of 1 and 3, the ships guided by the captain's decree, even as they sail on ever so carefree. Fireworks from the boat at sea, as people watch so carefree, the transience of all things, flickers of life come to be. In eternity's place, whatever shall we do, immortality through and through, of all things to explore and show, to God as he creates more to see and know. Woe to a marriage never been, slipping from my hand like grains of sand. What tales of those who have tasted and seen the joys of communion upon the land. My soul aches and weaks for a sliver of hope the heart keeps, gone one day and then no more, fading away like dust on the floor. Mercurial smiles charm at work, surprises for those who don't know. Kept behind a mask and a smirk, mercurial smiles charm at work. Hidden within the fog and murk, nothing to see, nothing to show. Mercurial smiles charm at work, surprises for those who don't know. He who does not heed the gazelle's warning will become food for predators by morning. Get a drink there. Joy in the morning in a land we do not know, where the wine tastes sweet and the fountains flow. Time has faded along with reality right beside, as the mind begins to wander, disassociate, and guide. Sound of a voice that sounds so cute, from a place we thought were mute, with a smile, face in its glee, such adorable thing to hold and see. For he who may go and boast in confidence, shall the moonlight show all to now see, or shine a light upon the wine for all to drink and toast, as the artist builds his name. When shall knowledge be waning? When shall knowledge be waning upon life's passages in its draining? What memories are there to set and keep as we lay into our eternal sleep? If life was a game, how would we grow? What of our stats to learn and then show? Would it all become one of ease for each selfish desires to fully go and please? If I were rich, in what fortress of pillows I'd lay, bodies adjusting to natural patterns to work and play. Ease of worries gone away from the mind, and to others gifts, all their each kind. Worry not the clouds in their journey on high, with echoes of motion that go across the sky, whether under the night's glow and command, or within the day's work and its demand. A flicker of thought before it's gone, like a wisp of a dream in sudden dawn. Whatever more shall we try to think, that sticks evermore to never sink? There is no cage upon me to trapped and be, tangled within a web of 3, and then forevermore to see. They say there only exists so much to do, yet these are the ones without a clue. For imagination runs in the land of dreams, to be crafted together with like-minded teams. Geisha's graceful dance among chambers of music, elegance in hand. Why do we not sleep as we burn the midnight oil while under the silver moon? Inspiration hides in dark, beautiful places that we long to seek and grasp. From snow into spring, the way of life in all things, for all must renew, and flow like the water streams, like the path our soul should take into peace and harmony. The forms to know in all we write, to create something old and new in every sight, in a journey of a hero's tale, in order to make stories never grow stale. Some will always forge ahead, while others fool around instead. Folly of the young, they say, but soon enough there will always come a day. The sweet taste of rain that trickles onto our tongue during cloudy days, arms stretched out in an embrace of joy instead of mourning. If you had a pet dragon, where would you fly? What places would you visit among the sky? With all the adventures to go and play, returning upon the morn of a new day. And to the depths of the ocean's mysteries that we seek, from the surface of all the way down to a darkness unknown. Such is the way of a reader's mind in the books they read. An electric charge as all rise, energized in the sight of the prize, that causes the blood to flow, desires a light in all that it will know. Bring some color into a world of gray, crash the system where people fold to stay, bring a little joy in the styles to show and employ, to treat the world to us as a stage and a toy. They shackle themselves with chains as they claim to write through the pain, that they refuse to leave and grow, for it has become the comfort they know. Life comes in many stages throughout its many ages, but it's what we will make it and how we will go and take it. Will you ever know how to grow into certain states of peace and calm confidence to go and show a way to make the pain stop and cease? Many a struggle we hate how we learn, fall on a rug and there's the burn. As experience now comes around, we learn how to stand our ground. Step by step I continue to go, embrace the system, embrace the flow, while others weep unto a page's spill. It's from the chaos I harness and fill. If this was my job every day, how many poems could I write and say, alive and no longer tired, creating while constantly wired? What is what is burnout in all that I write, for all the things my eyes lay on in their sight, with muses to talk and emotions to hear, writing everything that becomes clear. Within the might of the pen, no need to ask how but when, for a scribe's work is never done under the bright yellow sun. Echoes burn in the language of fools, murmuring voices demanding of rules that will only eventually bite back as they wonder why it's them the system does attack. Rage of the air and sea, disaster as far as the eye can see, times when survival becomes a must, and in each other we all must trust. Get another drink here. Mists of a Tengu's forest, shall you enter with hubris, only to be taught humility of your ways and your corruption? Was greed really worth the price that may cost your life? Or trials within a maze where there is no escape? There is no escape where there's no escape. From those who command the air, watching and striking, for they hate their own mirror that you have displayed. So if you value your life, repent of your ways, lest they unleash their arrows, mocking your remains, as you lie beneath their tree, within their domains. No, they will not take kindly to those dressed in opulence. Will you cage the tempest of the air like an experiment in a lair, only for it to shatter and break, and your life for it to take? Shall I laugh then at your plight, fallen down from your fight? Nay, I say, as I shall pick you up 3 times more, and build you up to what you are made for. Many ways do I desire to write, many ways that stand within my sight, that dissuade me and distract me in the ways I desire to go and act. From the west to the oriental, towards all things new and the sentimental, all the places to go live and see, nomad of the world untethered and free. A momentary blink and hours have gone, before a time when you could catch on, wondering where it all went as you stare where most of the time is spent. What shall we know and see, and who to become and be, confused by all that is around, standing upon your school ground? Going on further when no one knows, following the trail you've left in rows, to come to the end when you're not there, now left to a new place in the sky and air. What place is there for the heart's longing as you look for your place and belonging? Phantoms, pain, and a sensation that isn't real, for all for the desire of a person to feel. I need to get better at reading these, my word, but heck, by the time I've gotten through all of them, I should have ample something. Do the towns own and claim their desire as population grows higher and higher, or will greed come and take its toll while leaving many scrambling for scraps from a bowl? What is the meaning in cities that never sleep, caught in their vicious cycle? Many a desire keeps the cogs and oil burning for a life they always dream. People complain at the systems they created, all for their desires to be satiated, placing in the powers that be, thinking that was the path to be free. Systems of slavery, worse than the last, ironically never moving from the past. People cry victim when they're to blame, constantly tricked in every political game, believing one and then the other, dividing further instead coming together like a brother. Weep not for the monster you created, the fault lies in the ears that believed what was stated. Peace was unwanted, so they created a divide, truth claimed by the mouths that lied, all for the reason of boredom and spite, looking for entertainment and a fight. Monsters of men with bloodthirst in their eyes, feeding into their constant evil and lies. Laughing in glee when someone dies, self-awareness gone from a place no one wise. Opinions are not worth listening to, if in return blood must go and spill, from mindless monsters without a clue, when even the Grinch had a bigger heart to fill. Oh, why don't you pull off all your troubles behind... Oh, why don't you put all your troubles behind? Step onto the dance floor and come unwind. Feel the groove to the music beat and begin to tap to the rhythm with your feet. What's more dangerous than those who come together, bonded now with each other like birds of a feather? Why must you allow things to come in rage from those who have been placed upon the circus stage? A bite from conviction, better look within. Why are you trying to defend your sin? Has it really sunk in its claws so deep inside, where you can't remove it even if you tried? Time would be better spent in creation. Listen not to those who long to destroy, as they smile at your destruction with elation, when we could come to and destroy their ploy. Dancing to the beat of my own drum, like the sound of a string from a guitar to strum, how much better would it be to extend to you and to me? The blind leading the deaf, claiming they can see and hear, none knowing all the cliffs continually drawing near, fighting all those who try and prevent their fall, only to turn into monsters and let go one and all. Origami crane, started with one, then 1,000, a soul to come take. Temptation coming in like a roar, constantly clawing at that door, waiting for it to open a crack before it sinks its claws in for an attack. Queen of your passions, how you have fallen from the height of your power that was stolen, freely taken from your hand in ignorance. Did you ever really have a single chance? Is what we all write some kind of slop that we all hope will go off and pop into the eyes that bring an adoration with pride over your own creation? Did you miss it when you blinked of such things that was so distinct, never believing it was real, simply based solely on how you feel? 1 to 100, from the small to the many, started with a step. That is going to be it for volume 16. I will see you guys again for volume 17. Hello and welcome to Scribes and Men. I am on my quest to reach 10,000 poems as the Mad Poet. In November 2026 of next year, we are on volume 17. Let's get into it before I start rambling. What manner of this is such men without valor, who seek to rule in the comforts of kings, to desire to be served by hand and foot, not realizing their folly into that destruction brings? Desire not that which is evil. Go instead into the temple that harmony brings. Cursed is your greed. Learn of what temperance sings. Do not be consumed by raging fires. Follow the peaceful streams. A friend is better than an enemy when pursuing your dreams. I wish I had a poet's voice, but anyways. I shall not laugh at your, if I can write poetry, you would think I'd be able to have that that voice that people associate with poetry. Anyways, I shall not laugh at your plight covered in blood, down and defeated deep in the mud. A heavy hand is helpful to those not ready to learn. Even so, it will raise you and teach you how to burn. Echoes of men who died on the field, weapons in hand they would never yield. Let their blood flow until a river of red. River of red. How did I get read from that? Until a river of red, soaking the grounds lying there dead. Power cubed is it power squared. How many would question how many have dared? Presented to the thinkers drowned in a mug, claiming they know while acting all smug. Pieces of lore kept hidden inside, tales now forgotten by those who have died. Turn the pages, there is none to weep, down in your dreams beyond your deep sleep. Staring into the void, did you have many words to say? Did you hear the screams of the time it soaked up the day? Have you made it your companion to haunt your mind, to be the only one to see when everyone else is blind? Let it flow like a ghost whisper on the lips, down the vein where the blood and ink drips, carved onto the paper and skin. Let it flow like a person lost in debauchery and sin. Take your laughter, turn it into a creed. Keep that smile while others cry and bleed. Yet joy has its moments, as does such sorrow, that follows after into each tomorrow. Looking through the hourglass over all that has come to pass, seeking an answer not of why but who, to then know what to go and do. Jester upon a wire, laughing at a world of so dire, from lessons seen as a joke, from the very words he always spoke. Shall we go seek the setting sun into the hue of twilight's day, when a night's owl awakens to have fun? Shall we go... Wait, that's not a choka. That's a trillouette. Triolet. Okay. Shall we go seek the setting sun into the hue of twilight's day, when night owls awaken to have their fun? Shall we go seek the setting sun, with work abandoned and then done, in a time to finally play? Shall we go seek the setting sun into the hue of twilight's day? Forge through the tempest fire to grab the sky and then fly higher, separated away from it all, like a star watching lights flicker and fall. We laugh through the grassy fields, fought with swords we pretend to wield, but all things become a shadow of things that were, brought away by the strings of future's allure. I walked in the fields of the strange, took the weird and hung them on walls, worn like a badge down the school halls, danced with music it would arrange, would it take their hands for an exchange? Are you put off by what you see, or accept who they'll come to be? For we depart from the normal, with greetings beyond the formal, through the carnival troop's decree. Shouldn't that be like a... this and then troop? Yeah, I think that's right. Yep. Wisp of the wind through the whimsy, blown onto the light and flimsy, that swirl about in their aerial dance and fly away should given a chance. You take without respect to all that is mine, moving on by as if all is good and fine, but there are many things my eyes hide and see, to place you in the lower spots you'll now stay and be. I welcomed a stranger into my home, through all the struggles he'd go and roam, a friend of convenience laid in your hand, until the moment a line was drawn into the sand. Don't ask me about my path when yours is fickle, never to fully commit, but to scratch an itch with a tickle. For your flames may ignite and grow even quicker, but mine grow steady and will never flicker. When every other line is a lie, what is there to trust? Promises of help, yet immediately gone with a gust. Through all the words from you I'd go and hear. What is there to believe? Very little, I fear. Time and time again would I send an olive branch that I would extend, and time again you would not take. This distance has not grown by mistake. Will you find the source for which you'll bleed, a soul to catch and then be freed? Through the memories that flash between the eyes, while pondering the essence of the skies. We felt the waves of water coming in, the cold that touched our feet and skin, a soothing sensation as others screamed in joy, and jumped into the water like the time they were a boy. Flowing of the hourglass sands, time that passes through the lands, one moment to be young, another old, teaching the future stories to be told. I've seen more than one ending, from the past to futures pending, broken friendships laid in a file of bodies buried into a neat pile. Blech. There are many an open door, some wide, others we don't know what for. No labels written, each a surprise for one to enter and try win a prize. Time is a weapon for those who use wisely, like clockwork oh so precisely. Efficiency runs when set in their hands, through each of their words and all of their commands. I set the stage and held its path, guided rage into wrath, gave the show for all to see, with smiles on faces filled with glee. Honor of many that came from a foreign land, way of the people. If love is a dream, then so shall I carry onward still and hopefully to marry. And although I may not know, I shall listen to wisdom as I go. Way of the willow tree with a whip, catching others as they go with a simple slip, with shade like rain that falls on down, dressed to impress like wearing a gown. Morale for soldiers all to uplift, to bring in a song and even a gift, for the men are weary and could use a rest, to wake tomorrow and do their best. Ears to listen, but you do not hear, guided by hubris combined with your fear. Is your mind so empty you can't even think, before caught in the mire you created to sink? Guard the castle, guard the gate. Watch the enemy for a signal to wait. They may attack, but we must defend until the moment's aside meets their end. Destination to know a way into a battle, cut up like the wheat sent to the cattle. Forward march away to win, for your land and your kin. I shall forge into pages with the heart of the pen. No need to ask why or how, only when. It comes to flow all beneath the ages. Whatever will one see or do to the one with but a flu, ways that one might heal the sick, studying how bodies tick. Bring rest upon my weary eyes that cloud my mind like gray skies, to lay down and sleep and gather the rest for my soul to keep. Our first step unto glory always starts with a single story, for how else will we go to claim, then forever never be the same? When our arms are lead and our body heavy, seeking ways to keep one steady, from weary eyes to weary souls that come to take its tolls. Fading away like a wisp of smoke, like an echo once heard from people who spoke, a glimmer once and then no longer, with presence that lingers and grows stronger. Terror of the sun, with its heat upon the earth, summer comes boiling. Shall all things become deserts as we seek water's relief? To the beaches then, into the ocean's coolness, let the waves come in. Ah, but the sands itself burns like walking on molten glass. Let us instead stay in places as cool as ice, from stores to the malls. How about the countryside where cicadas chirp at night, to ease us from the noise through cool grass and shaded trees? A time to go breathe. How many things shall we bring to go close to Mount Fuji? Essentials and clothing, perhaps a few other things. A few other things for a bit of fun. Let us all be careful to avoid places haunted, lest we stir up ghosts in Aokigahara, where some yokai hide. Beware the calling of crying that comes around through the night. Let our vacation become peaceful and serene, away from all the fright. With all the new friends to make and bind us in loyalty. Finding a good friend is often hard to come by, as it will take time, whether human or yokai, either or will not matter. There shall be sake to share between one and all in celebration. To new journeys that will come with new friends around the fire. Children playing on the streets with swords in hands, food stalls open their stands, food wafting through the air, through moments of festivities and celebrations. Fireworks light the night sky, the transience of a new bygone year. Through the mountains and the valleys, into the city streets and alleys, from the natural colors into neon lights, across scenic views and city sights. Balance in all things for an ease of life, so the future does not bring its strife. Take things in moderation as you go, and to the future a way forward to show. Worry not which road to take, as each will have its goals and mistakes. What matters is what makes of it all, when brought about in your call. How many sights would one go to see, as they could travel ever so free? All the things to explore and know, to bring back tales to tell and show. The trickling of the crystal streams, mists that float like a person's dream, peaceful times among morning dew, time's essence within a serene view. Wind of the willow, will we reach the shore, seeking in through life and some more, with fate to defy, without asking why, some men live while others die. What is a moment between peace and times of war that causes many to bleed? We have forgotten what it truly means to love and to steward in kindness. A quest forward, what do we know? What do we know? A quest forward, what do we know? A quest forward, where shall we go? We heard the chime of the bells that release the beast in depths who dwells. What is a moment to mourn for the lost along the tears that come as they flow, learning of time's morality's cost, praying for better places their souls to go. Alas, my love, you left me too soon, neither a blessing nor even a boon. What have we to fear in all that will dwell, of battle's cost to every soldier who fell? Heralds heard by the sound of a horn, as the land shook and then was torn. We have heard the wages of war, kept inside the books of lore, times gone past and then forgot, until uncovered by those who sought. What is it to give for free, ways to act for all to see, but entitled one should not become, from gifts given by those who come. We sought into the very age, written on a parchment page, to find our way through history's sight, and come on through with all our might. We heard the echoes of those who call, from mountain hills and buildings tall, away from men of villagers' joy, until the trumpets they finally deploy. Upon the trumpets of Zion, into the hills they'll fight and die on. A last battle of those who hate, until they meet their final fate. Fools are those who believe them wise, turning in truth in exchange for lies, no longer knowing right from wrong, or who they are, or who they are. Who they are and where to belong. Or what the heck? Typos, a whole lot of typos. I must have been tired when I wrote that one. We strike the chime of the world's accord through the harmony's sounding board, sent out into the world for all to feel, ways of love and peace forever real. We heard the voice of rain falling softly on the ground, from the cycles starting once again, circling right around. We saw the beauty of life amidst the dreary days, from the cloudy skies into the sunny rays, as seasons come and seasons go, from places of joy into places of woe. Gray skies covering the earth like a blanket of silken mist, showering the dry land like a cold, long-forgotten kiss. Yet where's the relief while trapped in work through the dreary days? Voices of men forgotten at night, disappeared into mist through the dawning light, yet haunting voices call and remain, questioning moments of sanity through ears of the sane. Time after time, work like a slog, tired eyes to carry as if in a fog. Why do we toil while seeking our rest, slave to the system and never our best? Toast to the sane, off with a smile, when they wake in twilight and night. Charming lips of those who beguile, toast to the sane, off with a smile, coming in with immaculate style, ignoring the ones hidden from sight. Toast to the sane, off with a smile, when they wake in twilight and night. Echoes of chambers, men without hats, scurrying around like mischief of rats, all whilst they laugh and they smile before they throw you into a burning pile. Wake from the morning into the sound of a sigh, to toil and work until the moment we die, as some remain trapped in their way, while others seek out with skills to display. Touch from the hand like satin in sin, places traced above and within, with enchanting ploys to fall into lust, to scramble the system, to not know who to trust. What ploys of men hidden from light, crafted with elegance in their delight. What ears to hear and eyes to see, the created being has come to be. Men with a pen who write without form, stick to their comfort that feels homely and warm. Heaven forbid they go try something new, to play in new places with something to do. What questions of life when caught in a spire, acts of survival while upon the wire, bird in a cage can you fly and be free, out into the world you could never foresee. What whispers in mind that we have forgot, things once learned when we were taught, to discard so readily when all was said and done, never to realize where it all had begun. A cry with the heart now paralyzed within, with no fires to start and no words to begin. Penny for your pleasure, let's start with the heart, tucked away so gently before then ripped apart, pieces of yourself as you went and gave in. Tell me, does it hurt when you relish in sin? Honor for duty in the hands of the corrupt, the samurai's way. What matters in life when all your echoes go fade, where all that is left, within the trail that you blaze, for all those who come after, now affected by your ways. Poison in the well, will you go drink? Cause of danger, drawn to the brink. Would you expect them to leave when caught in schemes none could believe? Strength of a lion, yet I can't hear you roar. Trapped in self-loathing, down on the floor. Oh, brave heart, where is your fire that once lit up the forge of desire? Yeah, I'm getting dry. I asked for poetry, not teenage thoughts, dressed in a diary of forget-me-nots. For my eyes twitch in all that I see. Give me some depth to actually set me free. Writing is good, but don't claim what it's not. Shallow words from poetry sought. Be a little clever, let curiosity dive in deep. Explore what lays at the bottom, currently asleep. We carved into stone art for the soul, a meaning to create and creating a goal. Ask what it takes to harness it all, to hear with the heart and answer the call. Come out from the rain to dry an old bone, lost between rocks, buried in stone, hearing the cracks still forming with age, another skull down to write in the page. Unstoppable object against an immovable shield, questions of debate on which one will go yield, answers in physics or perhaps maybe more, as we actually question what is it all for. Some may plant for harvest while others will reap, then till all the soil and fight for their sleep, all hidden in work that many won't see, yet tied to their land they forever will be. Do we weep for the dead or the memories that were, until the moments of stillness that come to occur, with bitter tears forever tied to the past, that shall not be the first nor will be the last? Speed is a lesson that slows down the pace, while seeking the answer is trapped in one place. Like the tortoise in the hare, consistency wins, while loss comes with a person's hubris and sins. Wheel of a carriage, knights on the ground, of practice and test they make their round, guarding their liege until the next town, obscurity a blessing when the sun's going down, next to be offered for the sake of the crown. Speed into craft when covered with skill, peace of the mind with meditation at will, onto the tracks for all to then go, out into the world to finally show. Eyes of the wise who seek to beguile, in like the serpents out with their style, all before you know the palm of their hand, never to know wherever you'll stand. Tempest rising into the sky, peace of a storm right into its eye, a moment of peace before destruction awakes, soul of poor fools and all that it takes. They're asking their questions covered in lies, truth signaled out by the mind of the wise, lessons to learn those who bother to hear, to avoid such folly when all will draw near. Lightning in a bottle, caught in a fist, when no one was there, and all who had missed, harnessed the power into a moment of speed upon the hour of their sudden need. It came from a realm of those who did sleep, covered in shadows out from the deep, attaching itself to all places hidden, never to be seen, for that is forbidden. Echoes of words that reach out to the sky, never before to ever ask why, and although they went out to the sea, all others were caged, never to be free. Oceans deep and high above space, little is learned from the scientist's trace, to seek and understand the unknown, too bright to light, have it been. What the heck? Bright to light. What was I trying to say here? To bright the light? Yes, to bright the light. So it should be oceans deep and high above space. Little is learned from scientists' trace to seek and understand the unknown. To bright the so that should be to bright the light and have it be shown. So the light is too bright. Yes, that is correct. Okay, Gone are the days into the wake, souls to have died at the time would go take. The bell tolls for those who draw near, when silence comes, that's a reason to fear. Style of the pen into its page, words that are written across every age. Classics to learn, where they'll be read, name of the greats who stand from the dead. Lessons of failure when something's gone wrong, knowing to grow is how to belong. On to the future with experiences to learn, all for a soul with desires to burn. Into the pyre they sent a great king, ballads forever to whom they shall sing, of his mighty heroics, my goodness. Into the pyre they sent a great king, ballads forever, to whom they shall sing, of his mighty heroics and deeds he had done, correct, of all the ballads fought every time they had won. So yeah, there were some grammatical errors that I had to fix in here with the poetry, but yeah, this marks volume 17, and then next time you'll see me for volumes 18 and so on until we have a break from these volumes until I reach the next 1,000, which will happen in sometime in December. Until then, bye-bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Of Scribes and Men. I am your host, the Mad Poet, soon to be the Mad Poet of 10,000, even though I am the Mad Poet of thousands, primarily 2,000 at the moment. Thank you. Soon to be 3,000. But I'm heading on to the road of 10,000 poems, which is more poems than any other poet that has been done in like modern history that I'm aware of. But anyways, let's get into volume 18. What matters of men on well-traveled roads, of people they'll see and people they'll talk, each carrying their emotional loads, their tales to tell where all visitors walk, of dreams to be as they set in their sight, and birds of the feather whom they all flock, all but seeing their own internal light. The pathway is bright when going to hell, their journey away comes not by their might. A longing for a place where peace will go dwell, to settle for a place along the shore, where families could live with stories to tell. Yet the price of greed is asking for more. In their selfish desire, all can now see. Best cut out the filth, don't open that door. The chains upon men who all were once free, shackled forever in places they stood, shouting their warnings with every decree. Words unheard from those who misunderstood, they twisted and turned it all into lies, all for profit, believing they should. Yet there were those who went towards the wise, their answers not given, only a clue for a way to deal with all they despise. The monsters and men they all would pursue, with words of the pure and all who defy, and the blessings in the land making it new. What mind of men of those without rest, abandoned mental clarity none would invest. Such is not how a body should heal, to become alive and finally feel. Temper yourself in a calm state of mind, take in deep breaths, each of its kind. When ready, let the air flow, relaxing your body, letting it know. Answers are not always made to be clear, as curiosity draws everyone near. Don't fret about whether wrong or right. Sometimes perspective requires new sight. Sometimes I read these far too fast than I actually should, and that's on me. If I just slow down a little bit, that is on me. Aspects of seasons, each in their own turn, a pull of the heart and what we all yearn, of laughter from summer nights to winter's cold, each their own memory and a story to be told. If I was like more into spoken word, I'd probably be doing a lot of this a lot better. But I'm not, so here we are. Have we stopped to listen to the breeze that flows through forest and seas, smells and feelings bringing memories of the past, nostalgia hitting from one to the last? Have you ever watched the waves crash onto shore, enthralled by sights and asking for more? In your own little entertainment and joy, bringing back feelings of when you were a boy. Blow, soft wind, blow, give kisses upon my hand. Show me new ways to feel and understand the flow of nature and the air, and how to make it light and fair. Soft melodies that soothe the soul in a diner over a worm. Let me start that over. Soft melodies that soothe the soul in a diner over a warm soup bowl, with the sound of rain on the window sill, warmth in a heart to go and fill. Needless to say, I probably could not be a rapper. I felt the kisses of rain under the neon lights, across the city during the midnight sights, through a soft glow and a humming sound, when a whisper of smoke with no one around. The sun-kissed blossoms gliding through the air, flowing softly down like a graceful dance. Dancing through a puddle of rainy days, all the ways through the sun's rays, enjoying every moment that comes, moving to the beat of their own drums. Princess and a dragon within a castle, one would think it would be a hassle, yet best of friends they both would be, defeating all those who sought to set her free. So many choices which one to pick, trying to decide but nothing will stick. Sometimes there's ease in only having one, but if that was the case, where is the fun? Taste of the tongue, leaving so bitter. Taste of the sour, but I am no quitter. Taste so salty, it will do just fine. Tasting the spicy, on which I will dine. Taste of some iron, I've swallowed some blood. And then taste of some soda, down like a flood. Tasting full flavors, I'll count it a win. But tasting the sweet is my addiction and sin. Food can be dangerous for those who consume. Another addiction to arise that can lead to your doom. Would we question desire if it gave us its hand, caressed us so gently, never shouting a demand? Instead, sweet little whispers that fall in the ear with subtle directions for use it would steer. Stare into the abyss, stare into your mirror, seeing the darkness to see even clearer. For what is it all when it comes from the mind? Self-awareness now gone, yet you are always blind. Oh, this is acrostic, actually. Not free verse. I mislabeled that. Static experience staying in place, temporal anomalies perhaps are the case. Answers come to those willing to see that froze us in this state to be eventually rescued, being set free. Why hate the rain when you can embrace it instead? Into nature's shower, dousing your body and head. Yet warmer waters would be ideal for a better experience to go out and feel. Things must be short, then let it be real. Something to grip onto something to feel. Like a blueprint of an adventure, all could then go. From the smallest of lines, turned into a show. I will not fight with the fire or the echoes that bleed. Through each painful moment, tried, planted a seed. Whether good or bad, of which I know not, I'll entrust it to God when it's whom I've sought. This is also acrostic. What am I doing? I must have been tired when I was labeling these. Feels that come with mystical glow, attractions and desires along with musical flow. Yeah, feels that come with mystical glow, attractions and desires along a musical flow, eventually caught in their schemes, as many will know. There are many things that sink into the deep of shadowed creatures at the edges of sleep, never intended to show the corners of the wall. Best thing to do, perhaps, stay silent and stall. Sleep draws in, digging the mind to go under. It cares not for my state before tearing asunder. For it cares for my rest, so I would live the best of my abilities with more to go give. A succulent taste in something so fizzy, no need to worry or be ever made dizzy. There is no secret that it is a pleasure and enjoyment of drink as favored treasure. Although I could have put it as flavored treasure as well, so because that would have been accurate too, but anywho, efforts that are keeping one going through symptoms that begin to start showing, all for the reason of a goal to obtain while journeying the ranks of the mad and insane. Such visceral reactions, oh how we feel, phantom pain against the body would never reel, charged up and then further divided, traced in the sand with whom we have sided. You'll glare with your hate, I'll stare with a smile, just another name to the list gone into the pile. Then burned up straight into the fire, for what is the use entertaining negative desire? I should probably put that as an into the pile. Okay. You say you will focus, but you barely will act, as you wait for the moment, amused to attract. Sometimes to walk, you really must run, to get to the end and see it all done. Pen and ink written in blood and breath, onward still unto our death. Even still past those dying days, the craft is honed in the art of their ways, reflecting through arrows that come from the past, yet yesterday's today, and the ones that will last. What ways of men that mortals see, for a singular purpose all would agree, or are they so gone that apart they will go, thinking themselves better and ones in the know? As a mockingbird laughs, so do the ways of a fool, but the wise, like a vulture, patiently watch. Who shall answer the call that comes and appears? Will you step on forward or give heed to your fears, only to run back to comfort's desire, never setting foot again or feeling the fire, or again feeling the fire? Doldrum of life that covers the eyes, stuck in the comfort covered by lies, as many accept to remain where they're dead, growing fat off the comfort they're fed. Souls once slept among the ruins, where echoes of history once covered the sky. What then to make of when they all fade, and to find a way forward and learn how to fly? Weary souls go marching on through the night into the dawn, for there is work still to be done, all for the sake of a future daughter or son. Fear, fear, the plague you know, the crow did sing. Ignorance is bliss upon your crimson throne. Message of omens brought unto the king. Feathers fall across the land from his wing. Bodies buried, stripped right down to the bone. Fear, fear the plague you know, the crow did sing. Cursed is the man who wears a crown and ring across the land and upon all you own. Message of omens brought unto the king. Will you hear the morning song people bring? Where is the wise counsel that should have known? Fear, fear the plague you know, the crow did sing. Such folly shall bring in an uprising. Heard at the edge where all the dead go, dead where heard at the edge where all the dead do moan, message of omens brought unto the king. There shall be no respite from death's coming sting, laid to waste under a forgotten gravestone. Fear, fear the plague you know, the crow did sing, message of omens brought unto the king. Down the crown upon blood-soaked land, hopefully hubris won't be the last stand from those who laugh at the peasants' demand, who will drown the crown upon their land. Piece of a bone, for whom do you beg? Shall you play a trick or shake a leg? Of you I have or see no need, so see if you please, continue to beg and bleed. Hypocrisy stuck between right and wrong, all join into the biased dance and song. So pick a side, perform your show, for all shall have a side in which to go. What coy games shall we play like a cat and mouse? Which of us is truly trapped inside this house? And what is my heart or soul you wish to claim, with wild eyes and charm hiding the tame? Sound of a siren along rocks of the ocean, bringing their demise. Hunger so hollow and an endless appetite that toppled men at the top of their might, always to go and resume the rest as you hunt to consume. Until the day the ink runs dry, I shall then bleed the pages before I die, cementing a legacy of blood and ink for a future to ponder and think. A school for learning or a gathering of fools, equipping the youth with a future of useless tools, while claiming ways they will succeed when you all want to see them die and bleed. I do not judge you because you're bad, I judge you because you're sloppy, knowing normalcy is some kind of fad. Disappointment comes when you could know more. I am no Watsky on the pages with poetry I compile, with the speed of inferno going out of style. Yet that fire will continue to always burn, a way forward for all to see and learn. Even a blind rhino will defend what is theirs, but folly will have you robbed before dawn. For whom will you worship and die, with vows made unto heaven's sky? Shall you invoke the name of whom all must bow unto Jesus unto Jesus to make that final surrender and vow? What will it come to cost to claim all you have lost? And was there ever a need for a new day and seed? The lull of the bed as your eyes begin to close, the land of dreams drawing closer as it knows, for the land of the wake shall not be much longer, as its presence gradually grows ever stronger. Stirring the pot until it begins to boil. Oh, that's another acrostic. Stirring the pot until it begins to boil, taunting those who come to toil into sensations of digital rage, right into the internet age. What did the sweet apple do to be the symbol of the temptation and sin? Why they decided this I have no clue, but whoever it did I'd like to talk and bring in. Delusions of fantasy seeping into the brain, invading into reality, shall I remain sane? Disassociation comes, and then my mind is gone, away to the land of dreams where it's always drawn. If I had more time, how much more could I write? If I had more time, would it ever be such a fight? If there was more time, how much more could I do? If I had more time, would I even have a clue? If I had more time, I ask, but not of the times I did. If I had more time, with many things to rid. If I had my time, what will the heights go bring? If I had the time, could I go bring a song to sing? If I had more time, would I be tired? If I had more time, could there be more to be sired? Time is what we will come to make it, just requires sacrifice to go and finally take it. You call it poetry, yet all I see is prose. Run-on sentences as your diary shows. Where, oh, where is a rhyme or rhythm? Excuse me while I stand in opposition. Have I become a slave to my obsession? Shall I hand it to Let me start that over. Have I become a slave to my obsession? Shall I hand it a priest for a confession? Is it so wrong when it seems like a calling? Sacrifice must be made before I start falling. Weary state of body and mind, of the many who follow in kind, returning day after day, keeping hopes up until they pay their pay. Into a continual daily routine, never more truly be seen, going to vacation where they've always been. Nope, this is an Ascendra. Where they went, a day they spent, finally becoming ever so content, forever away from their haunting torment. Gravekeepers' midnight song they sing, ghouls that they go bring, going down into their haunted crypt, gathering for a performer's script. Will you drink of the wine that bleeds from the vine through an intoxicating scent, never wary of where you went? Pedal to the metal, pressing the gas, into a race in a need for speed, for the sake of the gold, all others to pass, adrenaline pumping like a dragon freed. Shall this be my swan song, or shall I continue to go, when all is said and done, and I have gone and finally won? Fire on time to strike when it's hot, for a dream's alive that you have sought, forged with a hammer and pain, for the lasting desire to finally gain. Work of the many, 1,000 to 1, eventually through a path finally done, a slow burn with fire in the eye, until the many will ask how and why. Close your eye into a prayer, submit yourself into God's love and care, asking for a hand to show and guide through the one whom you will confide. Pocket full of roses, color me in red, with passionate kisses laid down into the bed. Let me start that over. Pocket full of roses, color me in red, with passionate kisses laid down onto the bed. After the day when we were finally wed, with the vows we went and said. Found poetry called, they laugh at your form, like a mess spiraled. I need to slow down. Found poetry called, they laugh at your form, like a mess sprawled in through a storm. At least their words know where to land, through organized chaos subtle demand. Gritting your teeth forged into a smile, begging to be gone sooner rather than a while. Seeking those days of solitude and rest, tales of an introvert when they finally confessed. Hold it together, let it continue to play, evidence collected at the end of the day. In hidden corners where no one will see, ways of the criminal will never be free. Penny for your shame, caught with a grin, with blushing faces covered in sin. Yet in love all should go and know, repentance is all for all who are willing to go. What I wouldn't give to relax and forget, as all the conditions I've gone and set upon myself with my own time and chains that will bring me closer towards freedom's gains. From dawn till night will you write upon until you bleed, never to give up the fight as you continually plant every seed. Eyes ablazing, a smile and more. welcome you through the door, into a place of rustic opulence through their sudden providence. To whom shall your heart answer when you write, gift of the giver into everyone's sight? Shall we go with the stream? Shall we go with the stream along with the flow, or search through the forest where no one may go? Firing piece after piece until my hand on a rail. No need for a kettle for a pot to go stale. Flick of the wrist, call it an orbital nuke. When it comes to poetry, you can call me a duke. Cut of the water, they call it a knife. From men who drift, calling it a life. Call it fine when its currents they follow. Ask what essence is before they turn hollow. I should do I should go back to my choir practice, musical theater, vocal training. I'm going to keep doing this. Do some tongue twisters before I start something. Do 3 impossible things in a day. I do more than 20, some would say. Constantly learning while on an uphill battle, wishing I was with a man in a saddle. Yeah, okay. A moment of speed, ask what went past, all but a moment of time of eras cast, all trapped in a temporal flow. If legacy's the destination, then to eternity I go. Multiple forms of lexical difficulty, reasons to give some a moment of pause, trapped in levels of intricacy, all for a singular mythical cause. If I could take the stars and see how they shine, from their light into celestial myths divine, nobody asks because nobody knows when a star dies where the myth goes. Emotional pause, all within the still waters, a soul's harmony. Minutes pause for reflection on inner turmoil and inspection, matters of the heart that rise, echoing the tears in the eyes, numbing sensation now flowing in, that time will eventually heal within. Late into the night I test my health, body's not amused with myself, yet self-imposed timeline keeps ticking before the arrival of my inner nitpicking. Rabbit like a cloud, with fur so fluffy, curled up into a ball becoming puffy, as a giant pets it ever so gently, while holding onto it ever so intently. Tale of neon lights upon the red light district of debauchery. Single craft growing ever louder, set of some making it up. Single craft growing ever louder, set of some making up hit with set of some makeup hit with the pout. That's makeup, like makeup get. I knew I'm freaking. Okay. See, this is why I have. Let's start this over. Single craft growing ever louder, set of some makeup hit with the powder, taste of the lipstick before pulled right in, before the fun of the night would begin. Yeesh, I should have, anyways. Forging pieces of myself into piles, organizing my mind into separate files. Every one so authentically me, so what you get is what you'll see. Tale of a genie, there's no tale of wishes 3, wishes of their own discourse to be, almost like no one has read in their sights 1,001 nights. Lessons of the past through the words of the wise, as well as all fools in their own disguise, setting up on paths we must study and know, with tales of wisdom and folly they bestow. What toils of life and troubles of heart that we could ever be apart, as my soul aches for what is not there, away from your touch and loving care. Do you sing your song while trapped in a cage, doors wide open, yet still stand on that stage? What will it take to finally fly free, away into life and to finally be? Levels of madness contained in one mind, with methods of sights brought to more than the blind. Foundations laid in the trials they blaze, for those who follow now left in a daze. What will you offer for the coin of your kin? That's coin of your kin. No. What will you offer for the cost of your kin? Choices are yours with no cost of my skin. Deals are made by those willing to play. What will you do when you have nothing to say? Sound of the trumpets as the horses come. The earth comes shaking with the roll of the drum. Across the land in an echo of thunder. Pay the price or be ripped asunder. Ease of your worries, give just cause, for your performance a resounding applause. We are all but masks put on by a show, as no one asks the one to bestow. Strike when the action's hot, but it's soothing when it's cold. Even though we'll take a shot, action does not always favor the bold. Taste of your flavor, it's bubblegum pink. My mind in a swirl, I can hardly think. All behind a smile and a pop, who spotted her prey and caused him to stop. Next to completion when everything's done, one step ahead, that of a gun. Tales told in the eyes of the hidden, smirking at those who claimed the forbidden. Best get used to it, you've gone and turned. Lessons were taught that you've never learned. Now consumed by an immortal blight, never to repent or seek to make things right. And that is going to be it for volume 18. And then we finish it off with like the poetry gauntlet, which is next, and then the Japanese forms, which is the one after that. But until then, I will see you guys then. All right, here we are. This is the 31 Poetry Gauntlet, where I go through all the 31 forms that I currently know, and then some. But yeah, this is that gauntlet, the one where I go and just blitzkrieg through all the forms as a kind of, shall I say it, a flex. Because not many poets do this, if at any. All right. Let us begin. Remember, 31 forms. Going to be quite different from what you've seen before. Even for like you'll notice there's going to be a difference between volume 9 and this one. The time came when they all laughed at it all, on the ground after their fall. Bright sunny days as the winds passed by, as children once looked at clouds in the sky. Truly did we ever conquer kings, all for the sake of our freedom's wings. Did we put on more chains than we thought we had, through an illusion of freedom claimed to be glad. Lightning in a bottle, toss me a can, surge of energy like a madman. Experiments in science when chaos will flow, all with theatrics performing the show. Taste of my sugar, the boys call it sweet. Taste of my sugar, the boys call it sweet. Step into the tent and you'll be down with a treat. Ignore the crimson stains that dress. Let me start that over. Taste of my sugar, the boys call it sweet. Step into the tent and you'll be drowned with a treat. Ignore the crimson stain that dress on the floor, for there is pleasure and pain when there's a little more. Little to know out in the snow, where the cold winds blow, lost not knowing where to go, dressed in white she will now show. The setting sun, when the day is done, back when time had begun, when man was made and undone. Whatever will be for those who plea, to be punished at sea, while laughing like madmen in glee. Wind of the willow that blow, where silence will know, within the secrets they must find, while watching enemies in kind. Monsters that sleep under the bed, marked by the shadows stead, masking the place they will hide, mastering where they can confide. Through the asylum of the insane, thoughts forever affecting the brain, they desire to find their light, only to end in sight. The Sandman coming on his cloud of dreams and sand, never to be caught. They came out to the door, sometimes in their groups of 3, unsettling smiles. The setting sun's hue across California's coast, era of synthwave. Now I understand that these both would not be haiku; they'd be more zippai or senryu, but that's only something I've learned recently. You're burning sweeter than the sun coming undone, in the heat of day, doused by the scent of my love, by the romance of the heart. Embraced by autumn's wind across my skin and hand, in the sweet kisses of lilies that set my heart by the flowing of soft silk. The waves of the sea that come crashing onto shore through the tidal flow, while in the presence of the bright celestial moon maiden. Rising in the morning, obscuring the land in growing mist, the eerie silence of the street echoing their haunted thoughts, my entire system as my dreams are shattered as I awaken. The cold winter days that sweep across the land covered in white. People walk the streets bundled up against the frozen air. In front of the fireplace I sit and stare, thinking of bygone days. Into the wilderness of the mountains range where the streams flow, across the valley's forgotten village of a bygone era, from the heart of an adventurer in his room playing a game. He who understands the heart of an elephant carries the village with the weight of his kindness. The hunter who has the patience of a leopard will always know the exact moment to strike. Beware the man who watches with the eye of a vulture. They will eventually come to feed off of your scraps. Jubilation of the heart, offerings of a good day's start, yearning to never part. Pressure impaling the body and heart, agony of a time always spent apart, into the darkness of depression, next to a longing obsession. Fever from an electrical shock, revealing through a tightened lock, into the cortex of the brain, desperately trying to stay sane. That's missing a. Give me a sec. That's missing a thing. There we go. Pride. So it should be fever from an electrical shock, revealing through a tightened lock into the cortex of the brain, encroaching the skin with its pain, desperately trying to stay sane. There we go. I don't know how I missed the. Anyways. Woe to our captain drowned at sea, a hero none have heard or seen before. May his soul rest and finally be set free. Oh, Captain, you could have done so much more. Let a statue be raised in your name, yet even that will never be the same. For how can stone replace life? Oh, Captain, our Captain, you deserved life. May your soul... This should probably go down some more. Yeah, let's fix that. We're gonna fix that. We're gonna have some fixings to do. May your soul ascends on a butterfly's wing into the arms of God, whom the angels sing. You were but a young soul, full of joy, forever to remain as a young boy. Yeah, that should be do. My heart and my soul lay shattered. Loss of my love, shall I ever be the same? Pieces of myself, broken and battered. Left with a memory when you first came. A pox onto my life without you in it. How can I survive without you in it? Shall I ever heal again? Shall I ever love again? A single snowflake melting onto my warm hand. A feeling's remnant from a moment of cold frost before it faded away. Felt but never forgotten. And this can be like that. Yes. Grass becoming stone through the progress of time, with each advancement, from new streets to buildings tall, with each step both remembered and forgotten through it all. Learn peace, remain still, away from the worries and pain. Let the breath flow in, a moment's respite held in, with patience and temperance that lets your stress wash away. Why do we fight sleep so we can then stay awake as we go and do tiring things? It's within a sense of our accomplishment's goal into all of our passions. The sound of laughter, echoing within their mirth, is joy better than sorrow. They follow a path. To know one is to know both. What's laughter without sadness? Boop. Is love abandoned as people seek self-pleasures, wincing forever at the thought? Who can understand the sorrow of the lonely, who were once bitten, twice shy? A man wanted his lover to swoon as he brought her a red balloon, and little did he know it would soon show he was not a man, but cartoon. And then this one, yes. Correct. There once was a lady dressed in white, of whom many would try and claim on sight, but they all best beware when she begins to glare the moment she goes in for a bite. There was a frog who sat in a well. From his hole he would constantly yell, "If you give me a kiss, you shall not be amiss, thinking to be a prince in a shell." Across the flowing waters, under the bright silver moon, a wedding celebration late into one summer June. The throne of the emperor among a crimson palace, whom now shall drink of the vine placed inside of a chalice. And then this one will be the wisdom of a fisherman who came back onto the shore. Within patience is a gift, and greed will not bring you more. I feel like the first one, these aren't quite completely accurate. Jujus, and Jews. How do you even say that? Because I feel like this should rhyme with this one, and then this one needs to rhyme with this one, but this one doesn't require a rhyme in order to have a proper one of this one. But I digress. Praise be unto you, child of wisdom, who learns like the stillness of owls, as he opens his mind for all to learn. Age does not always bring knowledge, and stars do not always shine bright, as you have shown more knowledge than men, and are shining far brighter than the stars. And then this is gonna be, I need to bring this. Fixing the stuff and the yeah. Praise unto you, O healer of the village, who has studied the secrets of nature's herbs, and knows how the body burns, who has seen into the invisible, guarding the secrets of every remedy. For only those willing to study and learn, and knowing what brings poison and what brings health, let many be healed and saved by your hand, where we bless you, O healer of our people. We praise you, O fathers of the village, who are as courageous as a lion, and have the strength of a rhino, who show boys how to grow into men, to make sure none go hungry. You who teach many your craft, shall that all may know how to live in life, who shall give proper guidance to all children, and know how to love and respect your wife. Praise be to you, fathers, you leaders of men. A toast to you, O beautiful fairy. Blessed are we with your presence, divine elegance, guided by every movement and dance. Show us your favor and leave us not empty-handed. For one final song before you ascend to the heavens. Peach blossoms and celestial wine, shall we mortals ever a chance to know the taste, while others under the light of moon, how blissful that would be. A fair maiden's dance along the misty lakeside, graceful steps like rain, elegance of an ethereal ghost. Draw me not in with your smile to bewitch, for I am but a simple man, that you could spirit away with your hand. Behind a mask and a coy smile, in the ballroom all come to dance, with a sly movement set to beguile. Behind a mask and a coy smile, grace whispered across the floor's tile, nothing left to a foolish chance. Behind a mask and a coy smile, in the ballroom all have come to dance. All come to dance. Nature's harmony in its song, for ears to listen and go hear, for places to go and belong. Nature's harmony in its song, in places where all goes wrong. A shadow creeps where drawing near. Nature's harmony in its song, for ears to listen and go hear. And the sound of a morning cry from the trail of a banshee's sight, of another whom soon would die, in the sound of a morning cry, as widows weep while asking why. A service held by candlelight, in the sound of a morning cry from the trail of a banshee's sight. My eyes are weary to stay awake. My eyes bring in the sights to take. My eyes will come to see where I'll be. My eyes help in guiding me. My eyes tell when I am tired, and my eyes widen when I am wired. My eyes help me read. My eyes help with what I need. But eyes are not the only things with sight, as other senses also go to set things right. I dream of many things. I dream of songs that sing. I dream of a beauty fair. I dream to be of good care. I dream to reach the highest heights, as I dream to see the greatest sights. I dream to fall desperately in love. I dream of the one sent from above. I dream of many goals, while dreaming of guiding many souls. I dream of who I'll be. I dream of who they'll eventually see. But some dreams go lurk in dark shadows that can send one into the gallows. They walk at night without care. They walk to sights where they'll dare. As they walk along busy streets, they walk with many treats. They do walk to and fro, as they walk with nowhere to go. Many adventurers can come when one will walk with all their friends whom they'll go talk. What is perfect? Not me, hung out to dry, but I get up on my own 2 feet. Blood, sweat, tears, it's a callin'. But my will's growing weaker. I don't like it when I drift from the safe zone. It's getting harder and harder to breathe. My mistakes are like a screaming parrot. Mirror, mirror on the wall, I'm sorry that I let you down. Like life's a voyage. Some people try to avoid it, just like you. I would sell my soul for a bit more time, just wondering if I'm doing anything right. I've been running circles. Oh, I thought I was invincible. Spill our leaves and sleep in the earth, and you pray with your knees on the ground. You look so worn, so thin, and the days blur into one. Finding out which way the road's got you pulled, I know the seasons ain't been changin'. Now the pale morning signs of forgotten things, and in our travels we found our roads. Far away from all the trouble, I'm always in this twilight. But you're a king and I'm a Lionheart, with your lullabies and those same old lies. A crown with gems and gold, all tied up in their white ribbon, with always a riddle inside my head, but all folks are damaged goods. Look who's digging their own grave. I shouldn't play with fate. For the sake of mitigating risk, that's a magical kind of time. It's me you've come to take. Pressure won't squash me, and fire couldn't burn. Black skies changing into blue. You and me, we're not the same. Some people tell me I'm strange. Others, oh, come a little closer. Mesmerize me, I dare you to try. Who said their lives who sold their lives to a dream, like a slow death that creeps in restless sleep. Now please, give yourself to me. The doors are all locked down. Won't you give me what I need? Merrily sailing with the breeze across the seven seas, ocean floor that echoes in then evermore, through the captain's door as we please. Then into the shore with great ease, through the forest trees to our home. Some relax, others would roam, and as a sudden gnome would come tease. He had his fun, we fed him cheese, by his expertise and his tool. He went to help build us a school, for he was not cruel, just a tease. We slept under the silver moon, till the afternoon into day, as nymphs would come with hips that sway, to seduce and play their tune. With their touch, they made us all swoon, away to commune in their joy, with all techniques they would deploy, as they did enjoy how we'd croon. It came upon a fateful day, with a mighty ray upon all. Everyone it would come in thrall, as we all would fall and betray. Do you who called me for a dance, with your lessons you would enjoy? I cannot say I know your ploy, with each coy smile from your glance. Please do tell me if it's my chance. When you close in, will you then tease my reaction for you to please, before you go and sway away until the twice setting day, enjoying how I go and freeze? Hand on the crown, call me your king, with all of the men that come to fight. Do you think you can best my might? For I am whom the bards will sing, with all the heroics I would bring. I did not come to bring you fear, for I will draw far and near, all far and near, as a king is supposed to serve, and as all you can come to observe, a ruler you'll come to endear. Will you approach ever so bold, with a wry smile upon your face, before you pin me down in place? Will you like what your hands will hold, or do you like what you've controlled? Share a bit harder, I'll turn red, blushing so hard until I am dead. Do you seek to make my heart pound, or only for you when you're around? No way to escape what you fed. Man. What stories to tell, you men of the sea, from the adventures you've seen of pirates at sea, all the men who drop and bow as they would plea, mercy to seek from the might of the sea. Spare you compassion of the men you set free, under the gaze of the moon and the glistening sea. We heard the tales of sailors that be, of the monsters that creep in the sea. Through the map and compass every degree, will you find any new land across the sea? O scribes of men, what do you see of the men who go sailing at sea? Okay. Shall the heat surround us along with the sand? Where is love and life in this desolate sand? Bring down your rain, refresh us all and the land. Let us not be cursed by encompassing sand. As the warriors ride where the camels will stand, one is more comfortable out in the sand. Who shall hear us weep tears in our demand? And as I render my clothes, as I cry in the sand, whose wisdom was this as to go as they planned, to destroy the plants that surround us with sand? What fools were we to create this wasteland, now dying of thirst and dying on sand? Oh, of scribes and men, will you go and understand the ways of my people, now surrounded by sand? Then, next one. I need to, hold on. Blinking out. Cursed is your hand that searches for gold, with green in your heart, reaching for gold. Who are men who are mighty, the men who are bold? Where are the warriors who conquered for gold? Shall we seek in vain, like the fools who are told, to go searching the land, go searching for gold, to the sound of bargains in markets where everything's sold? Shall you go wasting your money and go gambling for gold? What sights are you hoping people will praise and behold, all for the sake of your hubris and your hubris for gold? And is this a sign from the heavens you claim you now hold, all to wear jewelry and even for gold? Of scribes and men do you not see the young and the old, the fools who walk ever lusting for gold? I need to blah blah. Within my hands a newly clean book, from every smell and touch of pages and ages, of which each senses pleases to look, for a mind to set free, left not in its cages. Oh, it matter not if it's blank or it's full. Oh, it matters not if it's blank or if it's full, as each has beauty and purpose to fulfill, a sway of my heart and a sway and pull, to create or come from an author's will. Some come with stories and tales to read, from genre to genre, it matters not what kind, while others are blank for ink to go bleed, whilst we all rejoice in each in our find. So to you books, you all bring me such joy. From cover to cover, my hands trace over. Nostalgia brought back to times when a boy. And forgive me, you, ones I go and pass over. Oh, to the taste of the fizzy, my mouth sparkles in joy. All within a flavor of a divine treat. An adventurer started back as a child and boy. One sip from the can, now in love with the sweet. You sparkling soda in your dark glow. A taste of ambrosia, a taste of some coke. What secrets do you keep? What secrets do you know? As my tongue tasted sweet, and you never once spoke. Matters not when I'm brought up on high, from flavor to flavor my taste buds fly in the sky, all brought in by such grace and such favor. I'll always return back to Old Faithful, decisions were made through an era and age, yes, back to Old Faithful, down to history and into its page. Never more have I longed to be than under the midnight moon, for although the day has much to see, the nighttime makes me swoon. For the coolness of the night, and all the secrets that hide and lurk, for such astounding is the sight that makes me never want to work. You've brought about a crystal gleam, a lesser light of shining, and evermore towards my dream in the dark be dining. All the places one could hide in the night for others to seek, a lover's secrets to confide where none can see or speak. Where none can see or peek. Or does it speak? A lover's secrets to, or none can see or peek. Yeah, wouldn't that be... I think that's right. I think that's right for peek. It's either two E's or it's... Hold on. I gotta check whether peek is... Whether I used the right spelling for this. Give me a sec. I did the wrong one. There we go. That's the right one. Royal Knights of Dawning Day, where is your sire to be? For your battles have much to say, but none your sire to see. What have you done for bards to sing, for you to sit around? What of the crown that lost its king? Yes, lost and never found. What happened to you, valiant men, for you to sit and plea? Will you rise and try again to make your rivals flee? Raise your banners across the land in service to your king, towards the crown to find and stand, and unto your sire bring. To you, O maiden just and pure, with all the secrets kept, all the weapons you did procure, to fight as others slept. Warrior princess of the night, where none will see or say, would you expect to see your sight before the dawning day? With your beauty and your power you hold within your hand, let your villains go and cower as you defend the land. The royal guards will never know the secrets you do keep, for upon the night you will go, defending all who sleep. Oh, blissful vigilante princess. That's the name for that. Vigilante princess. Oh, blissful dreams for me to sleep, guide me unto my way, to fantasy and things to keep before the light of day. Let me depart away from here into another land, send a lover to hold so dear, a place for my heart to stand. Let all adventures flow right in, where none will go or see, for journeys and battles to win, so I can feel so free. Sing not unto me a new song, until all else will pass, for a place I will then belong, to raise a toast in glass. Upon grey clouds of morning, weeping rain, in the bleak shores of their hum and sway, shall life for all be naught but pain? What solace to the mind that remains sane, from the setting until the rising day, upon grey clouds of morning, weeping rain? As we rise and wake to try and gain, what shall empty heralds speak, non words to say? Shall life for all be naught but pain? An existence not meant for the vain, with all their wealth to show and display, upon the great clouds of morning weeping rain. Pour down on the poor with your path again, with illusions of hope caught in array. Shall life be all for all be naught but pain? The wisdom of kings they called insane, for the sake of desire they would betray. Upon great clouds of morning weeping rain, shall life for all be naught but pain? In somber sleep for a price to pay, tales of the sand from the Sandman's law, to cast into dreams at the end of day, bodies heavy caused in their dismay, from the eyes of the horses that nightmares saw, into somber sleep for a price to pay. Heavy is the crown set on display, that seeks to correct a minor flaw, to cast into dreams at the end of day. What more of his whispered words to say, of tales of men who come to draw, into somber sleep for a price to pay? To those who tire and become sleep's prey, fear the black dog when it opens its maw, to cast into dreams at the end of day. And so Morpheus comes to show the way, as darkness grows heavy and starts to gnaw, into somber sleep for a price to pay, to cast into dreams at the end of day. I'll say into somber sleep. Somber sleep. Let the sound of thunder echo twice, as wave go rage across the sea, when men of woe shall pay the price. They sailed out, casting lots and dice, into a storm they could not foresee. Let the sound of thunder echo twice. Were they but fools who ignored advice, to forsake their land and then go flee, when men of woe shall pay the price? As songs are heard that come entice, through the music of sirens three, let the sound of thunder echo twice. For when souls of men rise with mist and ice, from the silence of echoes that be, when men of woe shall pay the price. Now save them all a single sacrifice, drowned with the ship as the captain did agree. Let the sound of thunder echo twice, when men of woe shall pay the price. Rowing down the stream as sakura blossoms bloom in the gentle wind, and through the rippling water while under the moonlight, into the dance of koi fish in their elegance as light arose into the night. Witnessing the tales of gods and kings among men, watching Susanoo defeat Orochi with wine, the greatest hero as he earned humility, so that finally with his wife he could ascend and seek forgiveness from his sister with a sword in his act of redemption. Ladies of the court, subtle in their wise movements, as hidden powers that bring grace to palace halls, holding elegance as weapons in their hand. Behind a wry smile, cloaking a hidden dagger none would ever know, or would ever go suspect their hand in poison that could fully heal or kill with a finger's flick, is the reason kings would fear the looks given by their wife. The clash of metal, sparks fly from friction and steel, test of samurai, with their metal they must prove their sense of honor, pass from master to master, whether sunny days or within the pouring rains, as the lightning strikes from boy to finally man for scar on his hand, and pass down stories to tell before committing to the service of his lord through all of his battles, whom he would offer his life or then become a ronin. The death of nature caught within a winter's breeze from a sleeping land. The death will lead into life within the moment of spring, when nature will wake, caught between pollen and dust. Hay fever will taunt through a beautiful season with beautiful allergies. Yet it too shall pass as weather grows warmer and days grow longer, a summer season of fun for all who have their work done. A parent's lament with vacations and children, so that no one dies. Glory to their love and care, as they also do provide. Even in autumn, as children return to school, refreshed and renewed, while plants show dying colors of yellow, oranges, and red. What time shall soon come, when upon the land again nature rings its bell? The cycle begins anew, entering from life to death. In the hero's age, tales of mythical portion, of Oni they fight, who are born out of malice and violent tendencies. Do you think they'd care of the bones they long to munch in sadistic glee? And so heroes go fight every Oni in their sight, yet they do ignore as Oni do evolve with every story. As some become punishers under King Edma's judgment, and others held in the hands of children colored red and blue. Red Oni, a gentle soul who desired a human friend. Watching them play games, wanting to join in. Oh, poor Red Oni. Ah, but the Blue Oni was wise, so a plan he would devise. To go and become a villain in that story for the Red Oni. Red Oni would go save and would become the hero. Many have tales to tell of the various Oni, told in modern day. Nothing is ever one note, as legends grow and evolve. Tales of mighty men, heroes that roam through the land, against injustice, from summer into winter, they shall conquer and defend. As corruption spreads, and the people are oppressed by tyrant rulers, they shall gather together to spill blood across the land, for people to save, and families to help feed the warrior's way. But the work is never done, as evil still continues. Gone is my life, never to never see again, drafted in the Holy Wars campaign. So spread the fields with white lilies to see, from every thought and prayer you have for me, for I shall hope to never die in vain. Oh, my love, let your heart toil in pain. Thick is our blood that runs in our veins, spilled on the ground so men can become free. Gone is my life. Do not let their weakness become a stain of many a soldier who disdain. Through the ruins and city debris, who hear the cry of every dead man's plea. Could I ever my life to go contain? Gone is my life. Lust is a drug that seeps under the skin. How can I fight when I how can I fight against what I can't win? As it creeps up with a seductive smile, locked into my eyes, set to beguile, I fear I may fall into sudden sin. However shall I cleanse myself within, my resistance shattered, remaining thin? Serpentine hands stuck to me for a while, seeps under the skin. If I think I am free, it starts to grin, and then when we start the dance, it will begin, with my skin and soul to go and defile, trying to run, and then I drink lust's vile, for a more devious of a subtle sin seeps under the skin. Invisible in the city I walk, surrounded by noise of all who go talk, hearing the bell of the silence growing, hidden beneath the secret shadows knowing, within distorted voices who mock. They say birds of a feather will go flock, which would explain the eerie forces that stalk, who hide themselves from sight, never showing the city I walk. Have I been in a movie by Hancock, with an uneasy feeling coming shock? Do I even know where I am going? By the bodies that come on by flowing down by the sound of the dark haunting dock, the city I walk. Who is strong enough to ever go resist a lady of satin and sin with velvet touch? Before a feeling of the pounding heart persist, whatever our pleasure, it's never too much. Lady of satin and sin with velvet touch, is my heart or body you come to claim? Whatever our pleasure, it's never too much. A smile to beguile and never left the same. Is my heart or body you come to claim? Is it my heart or body you come to claim? Laced in sly seduction, traced with a kiss, a smile to beguile and left never the same, placed into memory to never forget or miss. Laced in sly seduction, traced with a kiss, before feelings of the pounding heart persist, placed into memory to never forget or miss. Who is strong enough to ever go resist? Land of the Fae, dancing to Celtic. Is it Celtic or is it Celtic? I think it's Celtic. Dancing to Celtic songs. How sly is the eye that draws the soul away, forever gone from the life he belongs, into the circle covered by dusk and day. How sly is the eye that draws the soul away, playing to every whim and every desire, into every circle covered by dusk and day, with songs that draw out the heart's fire. Playing to every whim and every desire, a hand on the shoulder and one on the hip, with songs that draw out the heart's fire, into euphorias causing them to go and slip. A hand on the shoulder and one on the hip, forever gone from the life he belongs, into euphoria to cause him to go and slip, in the land of the Fae, dancing to Celtic songs. I keep wanting to say Celtic, though, because, like, a lot of people say Celtic, but then you hear some people saying Celtic. So is it Celtic or is it Celtic? Like, because I want to say Celtic. Do you fear what goes bump in the night, where, never you mind the growing, creeping smile? No need for some light to give it some fright. Just enjoy the whisper that come and beguile. Well, never you mind the growing, creeping smile to the haunting voices that come calling. Just enjoy the whispers that come and beguile. Before the end, you'll find yourself falling. To the haunting voices that come calling, taste of their sin, did you think you to be free? Before the end, you find yourself falling, as others gather around to look and see. Taste of their sin, did you thing to be free? No need for some light to give it some fright, as others gather around to look and see. Do you fear what goes bump in the night? Oh, here we go. Here are the Sestinas. Here's the doozies that cometh. Who is she who comes with a feline smile, prowling like she's found some prey to beguile? I fear I may end up staying here for a while. Now satin touch of her skin and I'm falling. She whispered songs of a siren's calling. How could she be so utterly enthralling? The sound of a... Once again, is it I'll just say Celtic this time. The sound of a Celtic lilt, I'll find it so enthralling. Caught unawares with a kiss and a smile, has my heart found its romantic calling. With a sway and a dance meant to beguile, and suddenly I feel myself now falling. To stay for a day and then stay for a while. Did I ever expect someone to come and stay a while? An ethereal beauty with every movement so enthralling. Sly are her ways to end up making someone falling. She's no Cheshire cat, but she has that smile. Call her hypnotic with the eyes she goes to beguile. In matters of romance and love, she calls her calling. Alarm bells might be ringing, but I hear her calling. Shall this feeling it leave, or shall it remain and stay a while? Was there a sudden flash, or is my mind set to beguile? A serpent's dance ever so attractive and enthralling, cruelly trapped when she hits you with a charming smile. Send me straight into space, and now I am falling. I'd be floating if gravity didn't have me falling. Fantasy crashed as reality came calling, only to open my eyes to her fox-like smile, hand on traced on my thighs, and suddenly gone a while. Can my heart handle a touch so enthralling that sets it to permanently claim and beguile? Welcome to my parlor, said the spider who set to beguile. You think you're safe before in the trap you're falling. As everything around you becomes enthralling, you could call it the heights of a feminine calling, sealed in the pages of eternity to stay a while. When it all started with a slow prowl laced with a smile. Seduced by a charming smile, set to go and beguile. When she circled back a while, when she circled a while before suddenly falling, then embraced her calling to become enthralling. We're all actors upon life's circus show. Put on a smile with nowhere to go. Matter of luck for those in the know. Shall I wait for the moment of twilight before drifting off into the night? Oh, now wouldn't that be a wonderful sight? We all see, but we do discern sight of shadows controlling all for a show. Sleep during the day and wake during the night. Do you have the map where everyone can go? Past the dawn into the land of twilight. Or is this secret only the silent know? Answers to riddles that no one will know, stalking like a bird of prey caught in their sight. Shall we embrace the sky-colored twilight, all dressed up for a sudden phantom show? Lost in limbo and nowhere to go, all hail the moonlight's queen of the night. I am no Batman, and this is no dark night. The key to my heart, will anyone ever know? Lost little lamb, even heroes have somewhere to go, and intelligence requires more than basic sight. Claim a library learning from every book they show. Do not enter into the mind's twilight. Placed in a zone but never caught in twilight, for it's but a pause until the rise of night. To catch the sight of a phantom and let it show, how could we ever come to learn and know? Moments of experience that escape our sight, that create the paths to pick from and go. Are we not all aimless who claim to know where to go through every single moment of time's twilight, caught within the shining light's blinding sight, all within the coolness of the night, as the wise come to inquire and know, fully calculating in a masquerade show? An act of illusion, show and nowhere to go, we all claim to know under the wisdom's twilight, while we dream at night, blinding ourselves from sight. Okay. It'd be so great if I ever could, complete each of my plans how I should. In a land where imagination a chaos stood, how long shall I write and bleed with scars? As I try and reach on high towards the stars, all while locking each dream within my jars. I want a dream, cut your hand on a glass of jars, and then chase it for a while if you even could, while dreaming of a future fame and stars. Do we ever go and do what it is we should, while reminded from the pain of life's scars? Here under the sun, where time's passage once stood, each piece falling marble where cathedral stood, trapped in the past, lost in its shadowed jars. It would paint our face with its blood and ashes and scars. Oh, to fully understand it all, I wish I really could, and learn to all the secrets that I know I should. For how else will I tear down all of the stars? Also, that I can place myself among the stars, within the dark space they all once stood. Have I really done all I know I should while trying to find things lost in mason jars? As belief can change from "I'll try" to "I could," forever painted with each era's scars. Our dried crimson held up by our scars, after falling while trying to reach our stars, not yet succeeding, but wishing we all could, now slightly to the left of where we once stood, tracing our hands over a beautiful glass jar, to go and finally open, well, maybe we should. Yet to open, is it something we really should, before they too break and develop scars that we all sealed within such fragile jars, before they too become a myriad of stars? While others faded, we all still stood to reach the impossible. Yeah, maybe we should. Maybe we could. Have you done what you could to try as you should, to reach where the great stood by their own scars? How else to reach the stars you've gone and locked in jars? Oh, man. Who am I among the land I am placed, where brighter minds than mine could go and see? For all the words set up to be traced, and understand my essence of my plea. And understand the essence of my plea. This is my mind, the mind of a dreamer, in the land of our imagination, and all it means to be a daydreamer, forever in our determination. Will you tell me my path to go and take, by the sound of wisdom you wish to say? Are you sure the truth you speak is not fake, to be hung out on its neon display? Oh, what a wonderful world such as this, to go after the dreamers once could not miss. Who are you to go and wear a crown of clowns? Is life such a colossal joke to you that would turn your smile into sudden frowns while listening to lies that are not true? Oh, my friend, there's so much to live for. Let not yourself be affected by lies. All you need to do is step out the door and take in the air and beautiful skies. For who are we if not creative souls, such that none would come and try and destroy? We all have our own dreams and new goals, with many ways to embrace and deploy. So let us shine bright and let the world see who we are and who we're all meant to be. Shall there ever be a love to embrace as we all move across the land and sea, into a place that will make my heart race, to show what forevers can go and be? Oh, the many dreams of my lonely heart, until the mirrors I go and talk, to give myself the courage to go for I shall wish not to be one to balk. So let them laugh, those who don't understand, as only I should accept my desire, to try and place it all under command. Lest my heart's fire begins to burn higher, for I am haunted by a phantom touch that grows my romantic desires so much. Well, I'm like whoosh with my... To whom shall one then go in their complaint of all those who have gone and caused us harm? I may be gentle, but I am no saint, that there be no reason to cause alarm. For we are amicable gentlemen, each with a unique style and hidden charm. We would much rather solve this with a pen than to feel the need to grow and draw our sword and prevent it from happening again. So let us all go and be of one accord, as it's pleasure doing business for us to now go and stand above board. Wait, is there supposed to be, with the terza rhyme, is it supposed to end with a couplet? Is that what I'm forgetting here? Am I forgetting to add a couplet here? Do I have something that tells me the no, I do not. Balls. I think I'm forgetting the couplets here. I will leave it as is. Blood on the land of all who sought to be free, allow me to extend a toast in a hand, with all the tales of adventurers to see, from the low to the highest piece of land, to you soldiers who seek your many thrills, each a unique point to go watch and stand. But is it winter or just my own chills, as I wish to go spare you, lest I get sick, coughing in the room and taking all my pills? So to you, all you my friends, another day, to pick up from where we had to stop, when I can longer come to have a stay. I'm pretty sure this needs to end on a couplet. I welcome all to our beginning show. There are many great sights to come and see. Do not be shy and ask for the answer to know about how the strange creatures came to be, as they all come from a forgotten land, lost to time where none can anymore see. I do hope you'll be of understanding as you watch these creatures ever so rare, for they're all really quite outstanding. A time when apex predators would dare to create anything and everything, to go create any and everything, to the last of the humans so brave and fair. Okay, you know what I'll just do? When I am putting these into books, I will add the couplets then, if I need to. Or when somebody picks me up, like an editor or whatever, I'll add the couplets then. If there even needs to be a couplet, maybe this could be like a modern version of a terza rhyme, but I'm pretty sure it needs to come. Anyways, I'm not gonna freak out over it. I'm just gonna keep going. You've come to the end, time to take a breath of all the world did send, from a moment of life and death. Did you enjoy what you read with your eyes, of the many places emotion goes and lies, before into an epilogue ever so calm, brought about like that of a psalm? So many things to go and do with the power of a poet to give, before I give a separate thank you as I ask you to know what it is to live. Did I miscalculate back in the beginning of all the words and forms to be slinging? Perhaps it's best to go back and check. After all, why shouldn't you go back and check? And that is going to be the 31 form gauntlet. I'm pretty sure I've forgotten something with the terza rimas. I will fix those in the future. Until then, I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Volume 20. This will mark 2,000 poems done, which is more poems than Emily Dickinson has ever done in her life. And these are going to be in 6 Japanese forms. If you had been paying attention to my channel, you haven't. You would know that we'll have written live at least 4 of these forms. And now I'm reading them all out. I am reading them all out, including the haiku and tanka, which you guys did not see me write out. So let's get into it. So yeah, I've come to realize that some of these are more senryus and zippais and whatever. But I digress. They'll fall under the umbrella of haiku because that's what most people will know them as. Unless, of course, you are a poetry scholar or a scholar of poetry, writing, etc., then you will understand why I started marking these as such. So yeah, let's get into this. Taste of a lover, blissful sensation on skin, now becoming one. Sun-kissed shores of life, shining star signs of a new hope, chasing clouds away. Doused with a cold water during a hot summer's day, water fights begin. A cold winter's night, with the season's first snowfall, they wake to wonder. A falling autumn leaf, after the close of summer, the colorful hues. Back to beginnings, to the time all life began, a garden's moment. For a settled debt, actions border the shady, to go save a life. The tears of the sky that rain down on broken land. Then the sun breaks through. In a cherry blast that explodes onto the tongue, a refreshing taste. A sensual touch creeping softly from behind, lover claims her man. The eerie giggles heard coming down from the halls with lights flickering. The ghost suddenly appears, wanting to make a new friend. Oh, Ameona, your sorrow bringing down rain. As you walk the land, I pray you gain happiness and go into sunny days. I see you flinch away from the touch of love, once bitten, twice shy, while still holding out for hope, wary to reach out a hand. Sound of laughter caught within the forest edge, with sly eyes watching, waiting to capture your prey and spirit them all away. Red light district, open secrets from within, lighting up the night, commercializes lust and sin, directed at lonely hearts. The cool mountain air, far away from the city, as the stillness smiles, while healing the weary souls with the touch of nature's calls. There we go. Bathe within petals, falling upon you like rain, during spring's bright days, and sun coming to catch the essence of the divine. Wind along your path, with the car windows rolled down, through the countryside, taking the sights and smells in, getting away from it all. Dangers that come within the ethereal, beauty gone hunting, for a soul to drag away, never again to see day. Sound of a heart rapidly beating in love upon first meeting, struck down with an electric shock that paralyzed them all down. Wind in the willows, within an eternal dance, what is their reasoning's longing? It is but a veil that covers their beautiful grace, like a shroud of longer hair. The tales of longing, is it love or connection that we all come to desire? It is often both, through the aching of the heart that brings us such wistful dreams. The passing sorrow and the pain it comes to bring, in such what is the meaning? In order to know the joys of life, one must know the feeling of pain, sorrow. To my heart's desire, encased through your phantom pain, worry not and remain still. All things come in time, like the seasons passing by, completing a new cycle. Through the sounds of war, for what reasons must we fight, to conquer or defend? Who can stop man's greed that causes all things to be? We fight so we can be free. Will you douse your fire that causes your dreams to burn for their desire of glory? All things must balance, there's no work without rest, for how else shall one invest? Why do humans dream to either seek the quiet or go reach among the stars? A live for desire is carved in our DNA, whether for great or for small. Why do people hate based on insignificant feelings that cause them to rage? It's a condition, like a poison in their bloodstream, that they cannot go and heal. Curiosity, that thing that drives all humans, to seek knowledge through the land. How else shall progress bring us continual growth, if we seek not the answers? What manner of gods desire the worship of fools, and let ignorance remain? Stories within myth, filled with gods ever fickle, like heightened sins within man. The anxiety of a man's desire to wed, that which is most beautiful. It shall soothe his soul when they become one and whole, lost forever in their world. Beauty of seasons through the cycle of nature, shall we too embrace our change? To grow is to change, never stuck in our own old ways, with minds open to the new. Who shall seek a home like a lonely warrior seeking a place to belong? Home is with the heart, no matter where one may be, when you're in good company. White water lily, what does your grace always feel floating among blissful streams? I feel the beauty and peace of all living things within life's serenity. Whom shall read and know all the tales of fantasy caught inside the book's pages? A moment's escape away from reality while in our relaxation. What is paradise to reach our Elysium after our life's passing day? We will only know once we've left our mortal coil of things that lie beyond. The love of our pets that come to comfort and please, the ease and easing our loneliness. So we treat kindly animals that bring us smiles, helping us through every day. Are we but actors caught upon unto our life stage, all but players in a game? While it may be true, we define reality as we go out and make it. What of our childhood that we've long gone and forgot, leaving innocence behind? So we must become adults with a childlike heart to keep curiosity. How vast the whole world our lives stand on as it spins as we pass around the sun. We are truly blessed, even though we may struggle. Where else can life be so free? A flickering light from the waning of daylight moving into night. As life enters its stillness, when souls drift off into dreams, until the dawn awakens. Water's coolness from the crystal flowing streams that refreshes life and soothes the body and soul, moving in serene moments that flow down like the water. The warrior sits in the day's meditation at the crack of dawn to bring peace upon his mind, in an act of discipline, the tenets of Bushido. Winter's first snowflake falling for a moment, then disappearing, as others follow it down, eventually covering the essence of cold white, in the essence of cold white. Through the lonely road, no longer often traveled, laying forgotten through time as people move on, building new paths and roadways made possible by the past. Stillness of the mind as chaos. Oh, by the way, before I continue, I'm speaking in a form. If you haven't watched my previews, I'm speaking in a form that hasn't been used in like over 1,000 years. It's based on it's called Buddhist steps. It's often poetry written on graveyards along like the temple side and whatnot, and usually talks about transience in life and all of that. So yeah, that's where we're at. Where were we? Stillness of the mind, the chaos longs to take hold, causing anxiety. Yet we shall act like time stopped, for all things to move on by. What matters is our journey. Time may heal all things, but it will not erase scars that cover the soul. In our battles through life, through the good times and the bad, they become our own stories. Prayer and offerings for God whom I shall worship, for his loving grace, for who stepped down for a people to go and save the broken, so that we may all have life. The music of wind that blows through the leaves and trees, soothing our body. Within the shade that we sit, letting our worries go fade as we bring our heart its peace. Rebuke the haughty to save them from destruction that will come rain down if they know not to repent. How can they go change their ways, leaving the old into the new? The essence of life given from a water sip that hydrates us all, refreshing us from within, as it cleanses our body through its purification. Have you tamed yourself from the things that seek to distract and divert your way, from the dreams you seek to have with temptations of comfort that come to deceive us all? The colorful hues of the leaves flowing around through the autumn's wind, following its graceful path through its elegant movements before laying down to rest. All our attachments keep us tethered to the ground in order to know what it means to love and lose in all the paths we go choose. Yeah. For such is the way of life. Whom shall ever know the true history long gone of all the eras, forgotten in ancient stone, just as we too will become forgotten in the future? Have you heard them sing, the crickets within the woods, in the twilight sky, as the moon comes into view, and the day becomes the night, as we were born, so shall we die? Have you ever felt a kiss from a lover from behind, who wishes you well for the start of a new day, only to feel a longing as you spent the day apart? Within love and war, things to build and destroy, confusing us all, as we all try to progress into a new time and place, caught instead by entropy. Sitting in the still, as time and people rush past, watching it all go, and being at peace with it as you follow your own way to the beat of your own drum. All things come to an end, just as all have beginnings, the cycle of life, the passes through its seasons, the harmony of all things, through the passages of time. Move on. Okay. Black cat goes to play. Along the ledges it walks, scaring all who come, while others go give it pets from dawn until dusk, before then returning home in order to bug its owner for food and treats, and when bedtime comes, it places itself on the back, with its butt facing the owner's head as it purrs, and the poor owner can now no longer move for the sake of the black cat. The samurai's path as he wanders through the land, moving place to place, seeking a master to serve and regain honor. From the moment it was lost for reflecting his ways, through lessons of peace and war, and towards its cost, weighing each upon his hand as he seeks the one who will give him the answer that he has been looking for. The journey of one going to faraway lands to see all there is, as he learns along the way the different cultures and the many ways of life through his five senses for a full experience, and with each and every step he continues on, learning all there is to learn before returning back to the place he started, for all to come see and hear about his tales through the land and sea, along with the gifts he brought, so others may learn and grow. Yeah. Lovers quarrel amidst the crowd of people lost in their own world. As the drama continues, unfolding louder, others begin to wonder whether it's reality or merely a show that's meant to entertain, as others gossip over what the reason is, while others gather, gasping at a sudden twist as he's pulled in for a kiss. Can we ever know of life's entire meaning as we move on by all the ages from the past, forever holding secrets one will never know, even as they dig, seeking answers from questions in order to grow, as we move to the future from gifts of the past, with knowledge of ancient sands, all things hidden throughout the land? Beauty of flowers ensnared by poison and sin, with a charming smile and her seductive swaying, like a snake coiling in her slow, graceful movements, no way to resist when there's no way to escape. Like Zhuge Liang winning a strategic war, she does it with love, all with a wink and a smile, now forever here to stay. Beauty of spring, as life begins to awaken from winter slumber, sakura trees start blooming with petals blessing towards all who go to gaze, bringing about bliss through the season's longing and impermanence. As time continues to flow from day after day, bringing new beautiful things for people to see, from every cycle of life with beginnings and endings. Will you still my heart with a touch of love and care, feeling its rhythm with while gently around your arms during peaceful days as the world begins to fade, with just us around, caught in the essence of love, letting time pass by, like lovers hidden in grass, out in untamed fields, longing to never depart and forever become one. Um, yes. In the countryside, away from the city's noise, the cicada song comes in, lulling us to sleep. I'm lulling myself to sleep here. Into blissful dreams as the ambient music of nature now soothes our weary body and souls before awakening, refreshed and renewed within, taking in the dawn and the cool air of morning while changing our clothes as we then prepare for a hearty breakfast meal before heading out to play. A moment's respite while under the twilight sky, taking it all in, before the beauty of the night as we set to work through the city's neon lights in order to guide people to places they seek and helping them home until early morning as the dawn rises we can finally return home and into bed before beginning again while under the twilight sky. Da, 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 da. Yes, still around 70. By the ocean shore, I saw the fishermen go as they sailed away, not returning until dusk, with the fish in tow. Before others take their shift and begin to sell, as the night markets open, when yokai come out to mingle with the humans, as some go to tease and others try to seduce, as they celebrate and toast to the day's success, so that all may come in joy. The bride and the groom during their sweet honeymoon to try and conceive a new life to go and bring out into the world and become loving parents forever in love, never to leave or depart, longing to go hold a new child that would be born from eternal love, to cherish and always love their son or daughter, to raise and lovingly guide and bring them their joy, so that they may learn and grow into a bright, loving child. Um, yeah, it's 72. On the mountain top, looking at the land below, taking in the view of such majestic beauty that not many know or have ever seen before, as the mind opens, taking in the depths of it and where we all stand, how can others ever know the beauty of the whole world? The playing foxes that run through the forest trees as they come and tease, all happily as can be, as others watch, hiding their multiple tails and their subtle smile, all while learning how we are. Among their young brood, weighing choices on each hand, whether to go lure or simply let them all play. And from every word, their choices will continue until they decide and make their move to claim as one of their own. The rain and sorrow within its melancholy of such sweet passing to never now see again, bringing memories of our nostalgic moments from time's better days, holding a scar left behind as we continue on, through the good days and the bad as time passes on, such is the way of our life, to embrace sorrow and joy. Moving with the wind, friends who became family in their loyalty, each to protect and defend as they move on through life in all of its trials, each having the other's back, whether in times of joy or to help through the sorrow, whatever they need, they will never abandon, for such is their brotherhood. Shall I be embraced by the love I have not met in reality? Least she remains in my dreams, within my sleeping, wishing to never now wake, and not embracing the constant lonely haunting that echoes through me, burning deep into my heart, my melancholy. That always continues on, growing every day. Shall it ever go depart, for someone to soothe my heart? flowers blossoming, and a scent of her perfumes as she passes by. Shall we ever meet again, or shall it simply be but a memory of a small encounter, never again to repeat as I go about my day and all it will bring in my wandering from the city to the country, seeking another moment that may never come, yet I shall follow the wind. Sink deeper within, under the water currents, going with the flow, from the tides of the moonlit waves that shine down at night under the skies ever so clear, where none will now watch, hidden within the darkness, shrouding us from sight, should others come passing by, romance of the night, down within a hidden cove, new adventures to go have. In the beauty of the land and of the rising sun, in its harmony, while hiding its chaotic side that none will see, in a guise of illusion of what others know, placed by strategic planning for a delusion, in a false standard of peace, while putting on masks, looking for a moment of hope and joy to be found, trapped within a carousel of their own subtle making. Did they go adapt to blend in with the humans, hiding their nature until a moment to strike, revealing themselves, yokai gone and forgotten, yet never faded, going about their new life away from the old superstitions that used to parade in the land, when people were easier to trick and go fool, yet the yokai are crafty, learning modern ways to win. And now we finally go into the Renga. Last bit of the bit as we finish this off. Last 20. Through the storms of life, into brighter days coming, what is there to fear? Are there not those who remain ever so cold and lonely? Do not then go past and bring them into the fold, so they too may live. More the merrier, I say, into a celebration. That comes in summer, around the bonfire at night, in a hidden place. Yep. What's a celebration if the music does not come? Music for a dance is always a must-have. So bring out the drums. And around the fire all will dance as we forget our worries. So let others come, whether hungry or weary, for a good time for all. Such a moment through the night, ending it with fireworks. A winter's cold chill that comes seeping into our bones as we seek some warmth. Let us then find a hearth to warm our body. We're in a city where there are many places we can go and stay. Shall we dance within its lights, all in its living stillness? And what of a home big enough to hold us all away from the cold? If one is but now willing, I know of a place to stay. Speak then, and tell us of this wonderful mansion for us all to stay. It's a cabin in the woods, far away from the city. Shall we be haunted? Are we not past Halloween and its eerie tricks? Fear not, for no ghosts haunt it, simply a quaint place to be. If you insist, it will not hurt to go try a new getaway. Then you're in for a surprise, for it's a hot spring resort. Clouds drifting on by through sunny days of life, ever so calming. Weather has its aesthetic as it moves through the seasons, each with its beauty, if one knows where to go look and fully enjoy. Yet just as eerie within as the mists come rolling in. Sounds like a fun time to go and play hide and seek when you cannot see. Easier to hide than to find, yet even they will be blind. It will go and fade, making it then easier to go and hunt down. Are we simply a deer for you to come on hunting? It's the season for such things to go happen. Best go be careful. Well then, let us have some fun and let the games now begin. When will you marry? Asked by a mother who seeks grandchildren. Is that for us to decide as we try going through life? How would we all know even if we go and find if it's possible? Only one way to find out, yet we all remain single. Would we ever fuss if we were in their own shoes, filled with such longing? One can never fully know, for we are us and they are them. We are us, they are them. Placed back into soil, dropped 6 feet under the ground, slowly decaying. Morbid thoughts of the future from the bed where you reside. So go and rejoice, take nothing in life granted as we move on through. Time can only ever tell when we might possibly die. Who would want to know of such depressing knowledge kept there by your side? Yet we must reflect on it so as to go understand. The shrouded forest covered by sentient mist that tracks their movement. What creatures reside within as they look out with a glow? Are they eyes hungry, staring there in the distance, seeking to go pounce? Smart enough to go befriend at the risk of a lost hand. Yet some will go try to go and fully befriend the forest creatures. They are where the wild things go, in places we did not know. Geishas graceful dance to the lords they entertain in their many ways. Elevated courtesans, trained in pleasure and restraint. Who then are we all in our lack of elegance and new creation? To whom have we submitted, believing that we are free? How far have we gone, while in being in a stupor that has blinded us? Then let us go awaken and go become creatives. Why do we worry, letting go of innocence, feeling so broken? Life has its way with you, so be sure to hold on tight, just like the seasons from winter to the summer, each its own journey. What shall we then go and learn from our heart's desire to burn? An answer to give, go and awaken within and know how to grow. There are many ways and tricks. Go and succeed in life. Only some will know how to go use this knowledge that shows us a path. Yet it is one we must take, or a sign sent by a fake. Truly we all long to go back to childlike days when things were simple. Never should we lose this heart of when we all were a child. Children of the night owls among many, when all are sleeping. As ideas flow within our head in place of our dreams, let it then now flow from the head into the world, for others to see. There is beauty in silence covered by the silver moon, bringing us further than we could ever thought as the dawn rises. Yet even in daytime there is beauty in its place. Shall the Sandman come upon those running from sleep to go stay awake? The body longs for its rest in order to recover, and so we struggle and decide between the two before breaking down. In this lingering feeling as the eyes begin to sink, there is no shame here. We're almost finally sleep and fall into dreams. Let your dreams then be so sweet, like a cotton candy rush. Still waters run deep for all who will understand and seek to explore. In the mind's subnautica, where the places where peace and danger reside. There are many things that swim through and flow throughout it, bringing thoughts forward. Well, within wells of emotion that rise like a silent storm, each in their own place, analyzing the reason they all resurface. Practice or of self-awareness from within our reflection. Hunter and the Prey, an intense romance game that we are losing. Don't fight it, let it inside. Resistance makes it all fun. Although, even then, there may not be an escape if they're determined. Best remain oblivious in your efforts of waiting. What then is romance if not a big dating game meant to attract mates? Is that not the idea, to no longer be alone? Going ever on to new wonderful places never been before. Shall you seek the majestic caught within your memories? I shall seek beauty where I shall go wandering, in moments not seen, all throughout the nature's gift, resplendent in its glory, even unto ruins, walking through bygone eras many do not know. There are a lot of secrets that calls adventurous hearts. Soon now all shall now fade into the twinkling of the night when slumber enters, falling into fantasy, dressed and guided by our dreams, away from the world. bringing us into another, only to forget. What are the lucid dreamers? They have their own special way, so let us accept the dreams we may never know as they fade to black, finally waking groggy before starting the new day. I don't want to go to work tomorrow, but here we are. Through the autumn's beauty, as the leaves begin to fall, colored in warm hues, colors of gentle fire that fall down from forest trees before the chilling winter begins approaching and freezing all things. Yet that too will melt and thaw in the warm air of the spring as the flowers start blooming across the whole land in their multitude, entering into summer as the heat starts beating down. The bigger they are, the more there is to go love, in humans and pets alike. Yet there are those who suck heat out from our very bodies, but our pets endure, covered nicely in their fur that is soft to rub. Yet as humans we suffer by the hands of the females. Ice is their hands that touches us upon our warm skin as portable heat. However, our love endures as we continue to stay. Yes. Kitsune's forest shrouded in the rainy mist in their barrier, only to come out and play as they spirit us away. One will never know the kind they may ever get, much like the fairies. Each has their own tale to tell, even though they're worlds apart. As stories go, for those who come get taken, would any return? Would any even want to when caught in their crystal charm? When caught in their hidden charm. Yeah. Carry me away to a place of peace, blissful dreams, along the water streams, along our vacation doors that we all go longing for, far from the city, out into the forest path towards the clearing, roasting hot dogs by the fire, watching the flames grow brighter. All in nature's sound that relaxes our body and soul in its joy. So bring us all now away from the city streets. Do we fight the need to wake from a peaceful dream when we can't return, waking to be such sorrow that brings us into the day? Yet even so, we continue going forward until the sunset, only to then go enter into places never been. How nice it would be to always enter into a new hidden world. Such are isekai stories that many have dreamed about. Let things fall to rest in the completion of cycles that go spin around. So shall we set it aside until the dawning day. When we catch our breath, learning to go and slow down. I need to learn how to slow down, especially when reading out poetry out loud, so more can get done. Ways of businesses unknown by those who can't stop working. That is upon them. They will soon start breaking down if they do not rest. So let the sleep come upon us all and whisper a song. That is going to be 20. We have done it. We have finished 2,000 poems. We have finished the Japanese poems. Spoiler alert, the Korean Seijo poems will be the next ballpark volume 30, so look forward to that. But with that being said, there's going to be a master. You'll see this go up. And yeah, until you see me for, well, most of the shorts until I start doing these long ones again. Until then, bye. Oh, wait, there's going to be one more thing. I will be talking about after the fact of writing 2,000 poems. So there will be that video coming out as well. So